the
Recording in progress.
Thank you for starting us recording. So we are being recorded. If you don't want to be recorded, turn off your camera and your microphone. And thank you to WinCam for not doing the recording, but for bringing us live to the folks at home. And we will open with a roll call vote. Brian Vernalia.
Present.
Diab Jarius.
Present.
Nick Rosettos.
Present.
Don Cortizes.
Present.
And I'm Carrie Layton, and I'm present as well, so we can begin. Are there any updates that we have an update bulleted on our agenda, and we can open with that. The 2025 meeting schedule was posted. I think Ian put this together. I think it's a wonderful format because it gives us the deadlines for submitting agenda items and for public hearings if we need to hold one of those. Are there any conflicts that folks want to raise with the meeting dates for 2025? I will point out that February 18th falls on the school break. That might only affect me and Nick.
I'm not aware of anything.
So there's a good chance I will be out of town on February 18th, so we could leave it. It sounds like if I'm the only one that's affected, we would have quorum and the meeting is free to proceed, and I will join if I'm able. Or we can reschedule it. It's up to everybody else. Is that a good date for everyone else as far as we know now?
So when are town elections?
Elections are
Because the only key is that we would probably want to sign off on anything going before town meeting prior to them.
Yeah, I agree with that. 2024 election calendar. So last year it was March 26th.
Do we have a couple?
2020.
I was going to ask if we've gotten it'd be nice to have a copy of this.
It should be in our shared drive, and you have it as a link to the agenda. So
Okay,
you can
great.
print one for yourself.
Awesome. Oh, right. Great.
So it's a good point, Diab, and
We don't have to solve this now.
we tend to flex. So is this okay as, I guess, maybe a skeleton for meetings? Because I thought about that. We tend to change them at town meetings anyway, because we tend to meet before the meeting assembles. So
It's just one of those things
okay as a
that,
start?
yeah, without knowing what happens with the election, you just want to make sure your ducks are in a row before. But
Always.
that's okay.
There it is. Great.
Yeah, so not a biggie, just something to maybe keep in mind.
Yeah,
So
let's maybe add to this the date of the town election. So also, so it doesn't, the election impacts the board less than the date that they're able to start serving, which I think is like the Monday after or something. And then also the dates of town meeting.
It's actually the night of the election.
They don't have to get sworn in first?
You start serving as soon as you get elected.
I like stand up. I thought there had to be a swearing in, but okay.
Yeah, there does have to be a swearing in, but the old people are gone the night of the election. So
okay. I remember there was a date that we weren't sure who was going to be on the board, and I Ching and Sally were.
Yeah, they were there. I think we had a meeting on the night of the election.
Oh,
so
okay.
they were still legitimate until Mary Ellen called it, I think.
Until midnight.
Yeah.
Okay, with those edits, anyway, there's the heads up about the likely 2025 meeting schedule, and always it will be adjusted around the town meetings and to make sure that we meet deadlines and whatnot.
Yep.
I would just say that everything is fine for me through May. I have no idea when we're going on summer vacation. I have no idea when the kids need to go back to school. Like pretty much everything after about May becomes sort of vague to me.
Yeah, I can say for those of us locked to the school schedule, these are really fortuitous dates. Like these actually worked out pretty well. I think the September 2nd will be the Tuesday, like the night before they actually start school. I'm not sure about that. And then the February 18th is the break. Other than that, let's
I meant like
just,
school schedule for those
yeah, I
no
know
longer
the
in the
college
Winchester
schedule is
Public School.
different. I don't know if you're involved in spring break. I don't know. I know the college
There is,
schedule.
but I'm not gonna go anywhere. I mean, I'm not a spring break dude.
Yeah, right. It'd be weird to bring your dad on spring break. Even the cool dads. Anyway, not to belabor the point, thank you for creating this schedule of events and when to have things submitted, and we can add in the town meeting dates, the town election date, and flex it when we need to. Other
Well-
updates from people,
Can I make one more suggestion on this calendar?
please.
Yeah, so not just the town meeting dates, but when motions are due.
Right.
And things like that, because Sally Dale put together this really great schedule on when we have to, start hearings, start talking to people, all that stuff, when we want to move things to town meeting. We haven't
I
had,
think
yeah, that's it. That's my only suggestion. But
it's a good suggestion. I'm thinking about the audience for this, and this is sort of for us. So we probably do want to build this out a bit. Okay, so town meeting including, I mean, town meeting including all of the deadlines around town meeting. So agenda, public hearings, all of the warrant article due, all of that. Are there any other updates? There was an update from the town manager that the housing production, the joint meeting between the planning board and the housing and the select board to discuss the housing production plan will start at 7:15 on December 16th. So it narrows the time down a little bit. We knew we were having a joint session. I think the only person who's not able to make that date is John. I think I have that right. So we will have quorum. That meeting will be to accept the housing production plan. It will not solve our housing production problems, but we will have it reviewed by then, and we will be able to ask questions, and we will accept the plan, and that will bring us into compliance for that piece of our pursuit of affordable housing compliance. Anybody else have updates?
I have one.
Yep.
I can't remember if I said this last time, but the CPA advisory committee completed its work right prior to the election, and there's now a report available of the recommendations and thoughts of that committee, of which I was the planning board representative. I will send a copy of that to the committee. I should have done it in advance. I didn't think about it. And then shortly, we will be asked by the town manager to appoint someone to that committee. So that's just a heads up. I think it's that the approval of the CPA by the town needs to be approved by the Attorney General's office. And then after that, I think we have 30 days to make those appointments, and I don't think they've approved it yet. I mean, it's just a clerical effort. So then we'll need to appoint someone to that committee. So, but I'll send out the report. I should have done it before, and I apologize for not doing it yet.
No worries. Great. Okay, fabulous.
I will like to, for anyone who hasn't already, we have our assistant engineer Ray is here with us tonight. This is his first planning board meeting, so it's
Great.
a big deal.
Excellent.
Anyone
Ray.
who hasn't met met Ray, he's been a great addition. And so welcome.
Great.
can we
welcome.
see Ray? Hey,
Ray.
there's Ray.
Oh,
Hi,
great.
Ray.
Welcome,
everyone.
Ray.
Hello. It's a great opportunity to get to work with all of you.
Great, awesome.
We're excited.
Looking forward
Thank
to
you.
it.
Great.
Same here. Thank you.
Great. The budget is submitted. That's a quick update. The site plan review, which we mentioned at Springtown meeting, reviewing that process, the ZBA has actually reached out and initiated that. So I'll talk a little bit more about that later tonight, but that will be That is in process. They want to discuss our site plan review process at their January meeting, so we'll do some work preparing for that. And I'll keep you updated. The Brian sort of sent the link around about this, but I will call out the attention that the Winchester Tree Committee has completed an initial canopy analysis. So this is something that's been in the works for a long time, sort of how do we assess areas of the town where we've lost trees? How do we encourage reforesting areas where we've lost trees? And how do we identify sort of stressed areas? So the initial canopy analysis has been completed, and it's something that we will it will help us sort of consider how to prioritize opportunities to encourage, new buildings to plant strategically, and also to spend funds that are already available for trees to increase areas that have been stressed by different, either tree death or loss to projects or different things. So thank you for sharing that, Brian. That was good to see. And anyone else have updates? Okay, so we have students from Winchester High School with us here today. Who do we have the whole group? I saw a long list of student names who worked on this project.
Hi.
Taylor, I think oh, there you're all together. Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Unless you want an intro from Taylor, I will just let you introduce yourselves and I'll give you the microphone. We're excited to have you here.
All right, thank you. I'm Isha.
I'm Cecily.
And I'm Amelie.
So I guess we had a little presentation plan, so I'm gonna share my screen if that's okay.
Great.
Okay, so Bacon Street flashing crosswalk proposal.
So today we're gonna talk about some research that we have along with some stats, and then where we think we could improve the pedestrian safety and what we think could help.
Okay, so this is our research. So in 2022, there were 7,522 pedestrian deaths in the USA, and the number is only increasing every year. More than 67,000 pedestrians were injured in 2022 nationwide. Every 70 minutes, a pedestrian is killed across the country.
So to better understand our community, we created a survey and we shared it with the Winchester residents through the town's Facebook page and through our own Instagram. And we asked questions about if people in Winchester thought if there were any specific locations that needed to be improved on pedestrian safety, what the problems were, and what they think we could do to solve the problem. And so we got a lot of results. We got 72 responses. And so for the most concerned location for pedestrian safety was over by Cross Street, but that specifically we couldn't choose to do because it was also on Woburn lines. Yeah, Woburn lines. So that was kind of hard to work with. And so the second most concern in the town was the Bacon Street and Main Street and Grove Street rotary. And so we decided to focus on the crosswalk that sits right in front of the rotary. And this rotary in total is confusing for drivers, and it doesn't have a lot of attention there already. And it's difficult to see at night. It's also kind of a weirdly shaped intersection in rotary itself, and not a lot of locals would really know how to navigate it, or if you don't live close to it, it's kind of confusing.
So our proposed solution to help improve the safety of this sidewalk or crosswalk is a flashing crosswalk. So about 47.2% of people on our survey thought that this would better help the intersection. And we did some research on it, and the price varies between installing a flashing crosswalk, but the average was around $22,500. Its stats show that the flashing crosswalks are very helpful. Around the world, it's reduced pedestrian crashes by around 47% because it's able to increase visibility for drivers, and it's been shown to increase drivers' yield rates to 73 to 96%. So yeah.
That's great. Okay. I mean, I love that you did all of this research into the using folks from town to figure out the priority area, and it does not surprise me that it's this intersection. I personally run and bike through it very frequently, and it's terrifying. And I know it's been a priority for the town for a long time. Where did you get the price for the project? Where did you find the 22,500?
Yeah, so I guess we did like a lot of research, not specifically related to Massachusetts, I guess. This was kind of like a US cost that like more specifically for like the lights, like a lower grade flashing light, I guess, because you can get higher ones that are more visible in the darkness. Um, but this was about the cost for a like
And that includes painting the lines and that's, or is that to sort of buy the flashing light?
I think it's just to buy the flashing light, but there is already a crosswalk there to my knowledge, so I don't think lines would have to be done.
That's great. Did you make the survey an open-ended question, or did you list intersections that you thought were concerning?
We listed some specific areas, but then we also added an open-ended question, and we got a lot of responses through that too.
Great. And it's still Sims Rotary still rose to the top. No surprise. I want to let the rest of the board talk. Dieb's got his hand up.
Hi, congratulations on this. This is great. So we had a flashing crosswalk installed around by Leonard Field, and I believe that was at least 100K. So I don't know what would be different about that, but that might be something you talk to the town manager, and she would be able to give you some idea of why that project cost that much, whether it was because there's engineering, there's purchasing, there's installation, it all adds up. The other thing is that in your very first slide, you had some statistics or I guess your second slide right there. So one of the things that it would be good to know is how many of these interactions between pedestrians and something else. Were those pedestrians with bikes? Because those would pose different sort of challenges to how you solve the issue.
Yeah,
So,
sorry, we didn't specify, but they were all vehicles.
okay, yeah, so that would be good to clarify that, just because I'm immediately thinking about, places where you do have a large number of bikes with people walking, and you can get into some hairy situations. What was the other one thing? And so I'm interested in, I guess the pedestrian crossing was a simpler issue than reimagining that entire intersection. Did you sort of think, hey, maybe we could just start from scratch and reimagine this whole rotary? Or was that just too big of a bite to take off?
Yeah, sorry. Oh, we definitely did think about that. And we actually met maybe about a month ago with Taylor Herman and Matt Schumann, who's the town engineer. And I guess we kind of discussed that and came to the conclusion that probably is too big of a project, especially considering what other priorities in the town are right now.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Okay.
it's a very confusing intersection that could use a remodeling, but I guess it's not the main concern right now.
Yeah, it'd be a lot of money to fix that place, but yeah, excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah, any bit of progress in that intersection would be welcome. Brian also has his hand up.
No, this is fantastic. Thank you guys for doing this presentation. I live right near this intersection, and I've lived in town 52 years, and I still find it boggling how this intersection works. So I concur. I was going to actually say that all things being equal, I think the 22.5 number probably seems about right. We just at town meeting got $40,000 for 2 sets of those, thinking they were $20,000 each. I think that the one at Leonard Field also had curb bump outs and other paving issues around it, I think. But I mean, it's on the order of magnitude of what we would expect, but obviously, I'm happy to see actually the sanity check that the number that we had and the number you have are so close to each other. And the last thing I'll just say is that I agree something could be useful here. I jaywalk here frequently, and I shouldn't say that, but it's true because there's not actually crosswalks where you need crosswalks. So the only way to get across there, in fact, if you could go forward to the image, the map picture, I end up jaywalking from Everett across to Bacon because there is no crosswalk there. The only way to get across is either to go all the way around Main, around the other way, or go up to in front of about Sims Road, and there's a crosswalk right there. So long and short of it is, I really appreciate you guys taking the time to look at this. Thank you very much.
Maybe we could fund it with jaywalking tickets because I jaywalk there as well.
Brian, it's just among friends. Nobody will know you're jaywalk.
Now
I
it's
don't think there was any camera pictures of me jaywalking, and I'll deny it, and we'll delete this recording.
Taylor, you worked with our students. What would you like to add?
I think a great part of or a great addition to this little exercise here would be to, if the planning board could put on kind of a approvals hat and pretend that this was an a request that was coming to the board that you would need to vote on approving. Now, you know, we know that, you know, the select board is the roads and all of that, but let's just pretend that the planning board is the approval or the special permit granting authority on this. This is part of their civics project, and they need to understand kind of the permitting and the acceptance process. So knowing that we know how much it costs, what are the things that we now need to know in order to kind of move the process along?
Well, we'll assume that we already have your hundreds of pages of application paperwork submitted and your beautiful drawings completed by your engineers. So we're putting the crosswalk right. So let's go back. Let's go to maybe the picture. So does everybody have locked in where this crosswalk is going? So that's actually on Bacon Street, approaching from Bacon into the Rotary, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so it's not, okay. So now, and where else are there? Brian highlighted that there's one at Sims. Do we know where the other crosswalks are in this area?
Yeah, so are you able to see my mouse? Is that?
Yes. Yep.
There's one right there, I know.
Going on to Grove Street.
Yes.
Okay.
And then I think there's also one
that's
over
where,
here.
That's where I think we said there isn't one though.
Oh,
I don't know.
That's where there isn't. That's where I jaywalk.
Yeah.
okay.
That's
There's
where
one
the
further down by Kids
Those
Corner.
are Sims, right? Okay. Okay. And then let's go to your rendering. Is that a sort of an image search, or is that a rendering that's at that I don't recognize that street, but
That's
again.
not for its own image search, yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Diab.
So if you go back to that picture, so the first thing I would ask is that, is this crosswalk sufficient for all of the different ways that pedestrians cross around the circle? So are you, so there are, you know, I don't know where the sidewalks are, so I don't understand how the pedestrians are moving currently. So I would ask, is there another location that you would also want to put a crosswalk in? Can you give us some idea of what the pedestrian motion is in this area so we can evaluate whether this is really the best place for it? And of course, this will come out in engineering, is what are the lines of sight to this crosswalk, both in terms of the pedestrians looking left or right and seeing where the cars are coming from, and whether cars that are turning will see the crosswalk. So for an example, if you go from Main Street onto Swanton, like you're going to the transfer station, there is a crosswalk maybe 20 feet away from Main Street, and the drivers are gunning around that corner and they rarely even know there's a crosswalk there. So that's the sort of thing I would be just trying to understand how complete the solution is. And, you know, we don't have something similar to where they put the, you know, you can measure how many cars per hour go down a road. We don't have anything for how many pedestrians per hour walk down. There's no sensors you can put in, but that's really where I would be coming from is this a complete enough plan? And if not, how would we fix more of the pedestrian access?
And did you sort of along with that, did you try standing at each of those? So Grove, obviously, you would have to slow down to take the left, but did you try standing at Main? And then what's the,
You can't turn left from Grove because you have to go around the circle.
right?
Come
And
down
then
Grove,
the
you have to
other-
then go
that
around.
Haystead? What's off of the V below the intersection?
Sorry, where?
How is the visibility for this crosswalk from all of the other angles? Will cars know to slow down and stop if it's flashing in time to stop? Like if you're coming down Main and you take the right to Bacon, did you?
There's cars coming down Bacon Street here, and then the cars coming down from Grove cannot turn left, so they don't go that way, but they can go around over and go towards there.
Yeah.
And then there are also cars that come down from here and turn this way to go down
And
this.
can you see that flashing crosswalk before you take that right, or are you in the intersection before you can see the flash? Like, will this back up to the circle?
I would say that you are able to see it from most spots of the rotary. I think that the most
a
blind
hedge.
spot would be over here.
Yeah, I think there's a high hedge there, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think the other issue with this intersection is also how wide the streets are. Because
Yes.
Cecily and I went earlier this week to that area because we wanted to hand out little flyers so that people would come watch the meeting no one can. I'm sure there's some people here right
I
now.
hope they are. I love this.
And like when we were crossing here, we probably ran or we did run because it's a very wide one. And it's like, I
Yeah,
don't know.
I'm literally running and I run faster to get through it. It's wide. It is not a safe intersection. You've chosen a good project. And okay, so the visibility is a little tricky from the other side. So maybe you would also want to, I don't know how you handle that from a streets perspective, but that's something to think about. Anything from our town engineers on how we would think about this project? What would you have submitted in your reports to us?
So, I think these guys, these students did an excellent job and they were really, really thorough. When Taylor and I met with them, they really had thought a lot about this and put a lot of hard work into it. So I think they did a really good job identifying a lot of the issues. I think if I were looking to chime in, I might be looking to relocate that crosswalk because as you guys have pointed out, it's very difficult. The visibility from vehicles is very difficult. So one way to address that would be to actually relocate that to a better location with a little bit better sight distance. And I think a rapid flashing beacon could potentially be an enhancement there. So yeah, I think they did a great job.
Awesome. And Matt, while we've got you, this would be
Sorry,
something.
I thought my video was on.
It's all right. We respect your right to remain incognito.
You're,
Diab, do you want to ask a question before I ask another? Do you want to, are you dovetailing on?
I just want to sort of follow up on what Matt said. So one of the things in your presentation is that you haven't gone through some of the other alternatives that you thought about. So in a way, your presentation is like, here's a problem, here's a solution, but you need to show why other solutions that you thought about didn't work, or show that you've done, as Matt said, you've done a lot of work on this. And I think a lot of that work doesn't come out in your presentation. So we're getting questions. One of the ideas in presentations is try to put enough information to try to guess what questions you're going to get and have some data in there so that you can say, hey, we thought about this. Here's what it is. So, I mean, I think this is great, but if you were really going to go up against I wouldn't say a hostile board, but someone who wants to poke holes in it just to understand, you want to put more of that research into this presentation.
Thank you.
So is this a state road or is this
These are all local jurisdictional.
a local
roads.
jurisdiction? So what would the funding opportunities for this be?
Well, I think Brian mentioned we did go to the town meeting for a couple of them. So that would probably be the funding source unless there were grants out there.
Yeah, if we were to be successful in getting a complete streets grant, for example, this could be this could be a project, right? I mean, it would obviously re-envision the whole thing, but this would be something that would be
Yeah,
part.
I mean, and to add, and Carrie, I think you know from capital planning, the engineering department did submit a capital request to begin studying the intersection for a full redesign. And
Right.
it was just felt that we weren't quite far enough along to start that process. But we are working with Taylor and Bob and DPW, looking into state funding opportunities.
It's great.
So, it's a long process, but I think I mentioned to the students, like, this is a great location. It's a location that comes up a lot, a lot. And the town is definitely interested, from staff perspective, is that we're definitely interested in investigating and pursuing some solutions.
What year are you guys?
We're graduating 2027.
Okay, great. So you may see progress on this project. Dia, Brian, have your hands up again. Sorry, I didn't. see.
I just want to, so one resource that you should think about going to is the town manager, in the sense that the town did a study of traffic and safety for intersections. And so being able to link your work to that larger study is important, because you can show that this is part of an overall overview to the problem. And that, so that's, again, when you come in and you bring up proposals to boards, you want to show that it's part of an existing plan to improve things. You get a lot more traction that way, and you can also use the research that's already been done to bolster your arguments. So that's all. Thank you.
Brian?
I was just going to add that I really appreciate that this is an inexpensive proposal to fix some problems at this intersection, but I also think you need to think big. This is a dangerous intersection, and that crosswalk will help, but there are numerous other issues at this intersection beyond that, and a hostile board, which we certainly are not, a hostile board might say, that's great, but we're going to do another fix and another fix and another fix. Let's do the big fix and fix everything. This would be the fallback plan, where you come in and say, I want to fix the whole intersection that's going to cost $2 million. And when the board says that's ridiculous, then you say, well, we can do these smaller things, but they won't get the full results that we want. And then maybe you convince them that they want to find funding for $2 million project for the whole intersection, or maybe more, I guess. No, I also appreciate coming in with the least expensive option to make some mild improvement. And I think this would be a big help, honestly. So thank you.
Do you think it'd be helpful to have like two options, like a long-term, and also, I guess, more discipline?
So I think a good way to frame the approval of this might be that you let's consider this, let's consider us an advisory, sort of like we'll recommend favorable action or unfavorable action on this piece of a redesign of Sims Corner or Sims Rotary. So I think maybe if you frame it, if you think of it that way and say, we recognize that this is dangerous from several angles, and the streets are too wide and we need, a complete restructuring, but here's step one. And so why don't we move forward as the planning board on looking for a way to recommend action on this proposal for this small part of a larger project that would ultimately be decided by the select board anyway. So if anyone wants to make a motion, I would be happy to take that.
I would move that we recommend support of this proposal as part of the student submission
for the Sims Rotary redesign project.
for the Sims Rotary crosswalk proposal.
Great. Is there a second for Brian's motion?
Second.
And is there any more questions or further discussion on this?
Well, I would, since we get to discuss the motion, I would suggest that the design, I would suggest that this be part of to state it as it's the first step in doing something immediately, but that it is a first step.
Yeah, so you might
Right.
present that as we looked at 5 options and we think the most actionable and affordable would be this top one, but these are important for making the Rotary safe.
Right, and if you're going to show options, I think it would be very helpful to see the existing crosswalks,
Mhm.
and you might want to do that in a different color, say blue, and then we can look at the whole thing and say, okay, there's a crosswalk there,
Yeah,
and that would be very helpful to kind of see, okay, where do we need maybe we need more than one crosswalk. So that I think that would be very helpful to have the existing crosswalks in there somehow.
that's a great point, Nick, and that's just reality on the planning board. We send people back to change their drawings all the time. So,
I withdraw my motion and allow someone else to make a better motion.
oh, I thought your motion was good. I thought we
I
just.
thought your motion was good. Yeah, I just.
Those are
Okay,
good.
good.
I
I'll
know.
keep it then.
That
I
was a
thought
good
you
motion.
wanted to
I
modify it.
reject your withdrawal.
No,
Well,
I
I
we
think
were just further discussing the issue. Okay,
I reject my
yeah.
withdrawal.
okay. Is there further discussion on acceptance or rejection of withdrawals or the motion? Okay, by roll call vote, John Cortizos,
Aye.
Nick Rosettos,
aye.
Dieb Jarius,
Aye.
Ryan Vernalia,
Aye.
and I am an I as well. Thank you, active citizens of Winchester. We look forward to running for town office the day you turn 18. We need this kind of passion and activity, and we're so thrilled to see you here.
Thanks so much for
you.
having
Don't
us.
hesitate to reach out.
Thank you.
Well done.
So it passed unanimously.
I know, they got good support. I hope that gets reported that it was unanimous. That's tricky.
I hope to see construction beginning next week.
I hope so. My God, that's a scary introspection.
Gotta go to town meeting and get capital support, and it'll be a while.
Yeah. Okay, so I think it's okay that we're a little I would like to maybe we probably have people here for the petitions, but we're technically, are we on a time with the agenda?
I thought I saw Chris enter regarding the garage.
Yeah,
At 20
petitions are
25.
set to start at 8:15, so I wonder if
Oh,
we
I see.
can get through. I think that's okay because we have so many minutes to get through.
Oh, okay.
Well, we've got 20 minutes.
Yeah, we're in good shape. Okay. I meant to have a list in front of me, and it's gonna take me a minute, but so did everyone have a chance to review? We are epically behind on approving minutes, which is fine. There's no hard deadline to when we need to approve minutes by, except that it's time to get caught up. So we'll do this over a couple of meetings. We have minutes from back when Nancy Polcari was our recording secretary. We have minutes from the gap between Nancy Polcari and Cheryl Dennis. We have minutes from Cheryl Dennis. We have minutes from Brian. We have all the minutes. So have folks had time to review them and submit amendments?
I've had time to review them. I haven't submitted anything, but I'm more than happy to do that verbally.
Okay, perfect. Okay,
If we do them in reverse chronological, or in chronological order rather, not reverse.
yes, chronological order, and I am making sure I'm reading them right. Okay, so 4/23/24 looks like it's the beginning of the list. Is that right?
No, it's actually April 25th, 2023.
April, yeah, 4/24/23. Not the 25th. We have the 24th as our,
Well, I'm looking at one that says 4/25/23.
but the day
So
before. Okay.
These are prior to my serving on and John being
But-
elected.
For that, that's literally the day before. This was like right around.
oh, what? Okay, I believe you. I just apparently I've scrolled off.
The 4/24 is on the screen share now. They're fairly short. I mean, that was a particularly, I think it was the one before town meeting convened.
Yeah, I move that we accept the meetings of April 24th, 2023 as noted.
Okay, is there a second? I can second it. I think.
Anyone can
Second.
second it.
And so the only three who would, unless you want to vote procedurally to approve them as minutes, but not for content, the roll call vote with quorum for this one would be Diab Jarius.
We can apparently, maybe I'm wrong, I was told that even non-sitting members of the board at the time can vote these in.
Right, they
think
vote
that's
them procedurally. They would vote to approve them as minutes, but not not necessarily comment on the content. So
Yeah, I'm sorry.
so
That's,
first
yeah.
for the full minute approval, Diab Jarius,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
I'm an I as well. Brian, do you want to vote?
I will abstain.
And John.
I'll abstain.
Okay, great. And next set is the next day. This is going to be like, we're going to have PTSD.
Oh, wait a sec. How did I miss that one? Oh, I did miss that one. Oops. That's why. There's two columns. So I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of Tuesday, April 25th, 2023.
Okay, is there a second? I'll second. Roll call vote for those who were in attendance at the meeting. Diab,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
I'm an I as well. Brian
Abstain.
and John.
Abstain.
Okay, great. And next, do we have?
Oh, no. Yeah.
We're going backwards. 423.
This is the next year, 2024.
2024. No, these have all been 2024.
No, the previous
It was
two
all
were
going to
The
23.
previous
2023.
two with 23.
Okay, gotcha. God, the time is just going. Okay, 2024. So April 23rd, 2024, we were all, this is the correct board. Okay.
We were all here.
Yes, is there a motion?
Move to approve the minutes of April 23rd, 2024.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call. Is there any more discussion or edits or concerns about these minutes? Okay, roll call. Nick,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Diab,
Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
I'm an I as well. Okay, next up, Friday, April 26th, 2024. Is there a motion?
Move to approve the minutes of April 26th, 2024.
Thank you, Brian. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Diab. Any discussion or edits on these minutes? Okay, roll call vote. Nick,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Diab,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
and I'm an I as well. Okay, thank you for Taylor. Are you the one doing this? Thank you, it's helpful.
Move to approve the minutes of May 6th, 2024.
Thank you, Brian. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Diab,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
and I'm an I as well. May
Move to
21st.
approve to approve the minutes of May 21st, 2024.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, John, I think. Roll call vote. Nick,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
Diab,
Aye.
and I'm an I as well.
I'll let someone do this one. I'll say I'm tapping out.
Tapping out of this one? Okay. So, is that because they're not formatted? Why?
No, it's because I figured somebody else should make the motion.
Oh, I
don't
see.
want to
Okay.
make.
Oh, we had such a nice rhythm going. I was like,
Okay.
I have a couple of edits on this one.
Okay. Do you want to make the edits or as you want them as part of the discussion after the motion? Are they concerning enough to not approve them?
They're not concerning enough. They're just Scrivener's errors. So usually I give them and then we approve as amended.
Perfect.
So I just want to note on page 2, under the subdivision it's spelled, Hancock Street is misspelled.
Yes, correct. Right. Good catch.
And
No D.
Yeah, and I think that was it.
I'm wondering on page four, in the second paragraph, it starts, Sarah Layton asked the PB members. Fifth line, it says, Mr. Rosetto's questioned the appeal to the highly pitched roofs. And I'm trying to remember, maybe it's Mr. Rosetto's questioned the appeal compared to the highly pitched roofs. That sounds more, but I'm not sure what was
Yeah, I see what
what
you're
that.
saying. The difference between the sloped and the stepped roof, the lower look appeals to me more, and I prefer the stepped back as opposed to the slope. Mr. Rosetto's question the appeal. I think it might be of the highly pitched roof.
Yeah.
No, I
Do
think I
you
like
like
the
the?
highly. I think I like highly pitched roofs.
Oh,
There may have been that the roofs were too flat. There were too. So maybe appeal compared to highly pitched roofs might be more accurate.
Okay, gotcha.
so the only thing I have about this is, and it's just a format thing, is to have there are statements which appear to be quotes, but they're not actually in quotes. So I think that I'm not sure if those are paraphrases or not. And so I would feel more comfortable if we know they are actual quotes, that they be put within quotation marks. Otherwise, I mean, there's a lot of this where there's sort of a summation of what people said, and then there appears to be first person quotes. And it's a little confusing to know what's going on. I realize this was many months ago, but
Yeah, it flips from third person to first person to second person. Like it's all over the place.
yeah, and it's just, it's just a question of knowing whether
It
these
seems like a
are,
transcription, but it's like ChatGPT did the transcription.
well, I wouldn't, yeah, okay. I wouldn't go that far, but anyway, if that could get cleaned up, I would appreciate it, because I think it would be a more easier to follow in terms of when people read this.
Who took these?
These are Cheryl's, according to the
Okay, I see.
and it might have been one of the original ones before. I don't remember when Cheryl came on.
Okay, so potentially from a recording.
Yeah. So that would be I would like to see this written in a complete third person summary style rather than in a quotation style, but I'll leave it up to the rest of the board if they feel strongly about that. That's a lot of work to redo all of this.
Right, we might lose detail if we summarize, and we might misquote if we add quotations at this point, unless we go back and watch the recording again, I guess.
Yeah.
Oy. Cheryl, do you want to add anything to this discussion? I feel like you should have a chance to comment.
I haven't gone over them again yet. I haven't
What's
taken a look
what's
at this, so
sort
I
of like
didn't realize, I'm sorry.
what's the easiest to dovetail with your normal process? Is it like,
I haven't reviewed these minutes prior to this meeting this evening, so I'm taking notes on what you're saying, and I will revisit that, and I can discuss that with you at another time if you'd like.
okay.
that-
So should we postpone approving these minutes until we see a new version, or should we allow edits for sort of clarity, punctuation clarity? I don't know another way to put that.
So, well, I would move that we postpone approval of these minutes until it gets turned into a, one voice rather than multiple voices like it is now.
Yeah, we could give ourselves the opportunity just to have an additional look over before making a final vote.
I think that's smart because we could, I think the content could, yeah, okay.
I mean,
We'll
it doesn't have to be. I think it just let Cheryl look at it and see what makes sense.
okay, great. we'll put these off. This one is not approved. We'll move on to the next one. Okay, so this is is there a motion to approve the minutes for Tuesday, August 19th, 2024?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, John. Any discussion or edits for this set of minutes? Okay, roll call. It looks like we were missing 2 members, so roll call for members present first. John,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Diab, would you like to vote?
I'm an aye.
And Nick?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And meeting minutes from Tuesday, September 10th. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Brian. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Diab. Any edits or discussion on these minutes? Okay, by roll call vote, Diab,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. John, would you like to vote? You weren't present, but
Aye.
great. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for Tuesday, October 15th, 2024?
So moved.
Thank you, Brian. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, John.
So,
Yep, go ahead.
there is also a kind of a mix between the third and first person on this one as well.
Okay,
So I'm hoping we could maybe have this go through the same sort of review as the previous one.
okay, we'll can we withdraw this motion?
I will withdraw my motion if it's
Okay.
accepted.
Yeah,
So-
that makes sense.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, Thursday, November 7th, 2024 is before I
I-
say. This is in that bucket.
I have, I don't know what an SFH is. If you look at 31 Albemarle Road is a pre-existing non-conforming SFH.
Single family home.
Single family home.
Could we please have that spelled out?
Mhm.
I am thankful that others recognize that, but I didn't. I was trying to go with
What were some
special.
guesses? Yeah.
Those are amazingly well. Anyway, so that's my only quote is that we take SFH and turn it into single family home.
Okay, great. Anything else anyone wants to raise, or is there a motion to approve these minutes as amended?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Okay, thank you, Brian. I roll call vote. John,
Aye.
Diab,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thursday, November 21st, 2024. Pausing for concerns. And is there a motion to approve?
Well, I know what y.o.y means, but I think it might be better if it were spelled out. If you see down in the middle of the page, 45K or 45,000 year over year.
Mm-hmm.
So I would ask that abbreviation be spelled out.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Okay, great. Is there a motion to approve as amended? Did we already move on this? Is this discussion? I'm losing track.
I move that we approve these as amended.
Great. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you,
Second.
Brian. Roll call vote. Diab,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nick.
Aye.
I'm an aye as well.
Oh no, we're early. What did we do?
We're just very efficient. I feel like we have more.
Well, we have more, don't we? Are we?
I thought, didn't we do them all?
Oh.
Maybe. There's some that are not, like we'll have another batch at our next meeting. There's some that are, obviously we've got a couple outstanding from today, but. All right.
I opened up a bunch of the same ones. Huh.
Yeah, I made the mistake of telling my email thing to open them all, and they just flooded my screen. So I had to open them one by one anyway.
Okay, so the petitions, we should wait until 8:15 because we will have people who want to participate in those discussions. So we have 20 minutes before that time. We could move up a couple of things. I don't, Taylor, what do you think are our I don't think we can get through the MSMD. I don't feel confident we can do that in 20 minutes. Do you feel confident we can do that in 20 minutes?
Can we start it?
What do you think, Taylor?
No, I don't feel confident you can finish it in 20 minutes.
I don't either. Okay. So then additional business. The only other thing, so I do actually want to take a chat. So that's all we're gonna do this evening. But when we come back in January, I want everyone. That first meeting in January will be, kind of our regrouping at the start of the year to make sure we're all on the same page with things that we are going to be working on, so that we have a sense of the year ahead and everybody's participation in different things. So we will be. Once we get through the MSMD guidelines, which will hopefully also be the 3A guidelines tonight, we will send those to Michael Wang, a form in place to write those up. We have him until the end of the year. So then he will send those back to us and we will look at them. Nick, I will probably be in touch with you over the month as he sort of progresses with that, but we will vote to
Refresh
accept
my
them,
memory.
change them, or
What does MSMD stand for?
the multi-use, I always get this wrong.
Okay.
Main Street
Main Street Multi-Use
Street
District.
Multi-Use District.
Okay.
MS MUD, it should
It
be.
is mud, right? Yep. So North Main and 3A should have the same guidelines. Ideally, we have to go back and forth a little bit with, probably legal on that. There are some steps to get there, but Michael Wang will be done by the end of the year. So at that first January meeting, we will hopefully vote to accept those and put the coda on those projects. Hopefully we will hear nothing final. There's no sort of holiday homework here. There's nothing that I expect will be wrapped up except for the design guidelines, because that's mostly Michael's work. But I'm hoping to get a sense of what the year will look like for MPIC from Diab, who I know will give us a framework, and you're welcome, of course, always to work with me or anyone else on the board on that, because you will duck out partly through that. But thoughts on that? We'll hear potentially a timeline for the year on light industrial from John. The economic feasibility analysis is in process, and I think that's just a matter of waiting for a quote to come back. But it's in the works, so we'll have an update about that when we come back. Taylor's going to give us an update of what not the planning board but the planning department has been up to. I will have, I'm sure, plenty to tell you about the process of site plan review by then. So we will have all of these different projects going. Brian, I would love it if you were working on materials for onboarding our new person when they come, but we can talk about that.
Absolutely. We can talk about that offline if you want to, or now.
Yeah.
Or in January. Or in January,
Yeah. So something to think about, though. Anyway, we will all have things going. So I thought maybe we could take a few minutes here and make sure we are all filing everything. We've had the SharePoint, we've had our links from our agenda. I think we're frequently asking each other where documents are, where we're finding things. And so I thought maybe if we take a few minutes and do a screen share from someone with Taylor's guidance to make sure we all know how to go from sort of like your normal laptop, desktop into the SharePoint, so that as we create documents around all of this, we're putting them in the correct place so we can all access them. That might be a good use of 15 minutes.
I'm happy to do that. I confess that the SharePoint is so foreign to me that I only can get it to work when I get a link sent to me that I actually click through on the link. Otherwise,
Yeah, that's my issue as well.
I don't know how to get it. Like, if you just tell me to pull up SharePoint, I cannot do that.
I think that's a common problem. So Taylor, do you want to put on a tech hat? Be our young IT savvy person here.
Yeah. So there's we needed to have this conversation anyway. So there seems to be a real serious issue with the links that Ian and I put in SharePoint just dying without us doing anything about it. And we can't figure out why. So we'll send you all a link, and it will say, this is open for anyone in the world to see. And then the second you click on it, it says, sorry, this isn't open. And it doesn't make any sense. So there is some back end stuff that needs to happen, and we're actually submitting for a grant that's due the end of next week to work with the MAPC to kind of fix some of these internal issues. And it's not just a planning board thing. This is a service that we pay for that can be used by the building department, the engineering department, conservation. It's a really interesting thing that, or helpful tool that if we get running correctly, should be really beneficial. The goal is to be able to not be able to you all have to rely on me to hand out, different links or, agenda items or anything. It's just, as I write them, they're updated in your files and you just click and go. But it doesn't appear to be working as it should right now.
Okay, so we have two problems. One, those of us who don't live in Outlook during the day can't find the SharePoint unless we go through a link.
Right, and that is also another issue. Everything has to go through Outlook.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it possible if I were to save a link as a bookmark, would that work in theory?
So I think what he's saying is that link will expire, not because
Okay.
he expired it, just because it will expire.
Okay.
So there's the other thing that I'm having difficulty with, and maybe it's because I'm used to it, is having to go through the agenda to find the documents. I realize there was an awful lot of work that Suzanne did to put them all in one big document, but I found having that one document easier to go through, and especially when we're discussing things, different members of the board will have different documents open, or they won't know which one we're talking about. If it's all in one large file, at least everyone has the single file and you can say, go to this page. So I recognize that was a lot of work, but
I have the same issue. I open the folder and I see like 15 different things that I have to click on, and each one is like a page. And I'm wondering if there is a way that you can combine all the documents into a file that isn't too much work, or is it just a lot of work to do that?
There's two things that's work. One is the putting it together, and it is something that Susanna has historically helped the planning board in doing, and we could certainly go back to that. And the second is navigating the files during the meeting, which I was having tremendous difficulty doing as the presenter in virtual planning board meetings, where for whatever reason, depending on what application you open in, people have different page numbers. We're scrolling through on some of the larger meetings, we're scrolling through, 50 pages and trying to find the right one. And one of the reasons we wanted to move to those links was to prevent that. Now, if that is the trade-off of providing a better experience and providing the board and letting the board do a better job, then that's fine. But that was just one of the reasons why we did it in the first place.
So maybe there's a compromise in the sense that maybe, say, for a ZBA petition, that just gets, that's one chunk of pages, and turn that into a single file. And so, so you don't have to scroll through 50,000 pages. You only have to scroll through 20 pages. So what else? I had another thing I was going to say.
I remember that the packets were in PDF as well, and I don't know whether that would create a problem because some of these are in Word.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I find the Word documents difficult because I don't have Word. And
Right.
I apologize, Taylor. I keep bugging you to send me PDF. So if everything were PDF, then, you know, using Adobe Acrobat.
Right,
to
we have the
concatenate them.
same page numbers. You know,
Yeah.
nothing would change.
The other question I have is, and it's an open meeting law thing, is to ensure that the documents which are archived for a meeting are the documents presented at the meeting. So for instance, if it's in a SharePoint drive and we say, I want to see the documents as presented at that meeting, how can we ensure that someone doesn't drop a new document into that location? And so if, you know, again, it's more of, you know, if someone wants to go back in time and see what was presented at a meeting, having it frozen in time is an appropriate thing to do. But if it's in something which is mutable, then that's an issue for open meeting law, because you can't go back and see what was presented at that date.
So that's a really good point, Diab. On a previous board I served on, we were advised that we should have a link, a list of every document utilized at the bottom of a minute, so that when somebody got the minutes, they could look through and say they utilized the names of these documents, and then those would be actually kept on file somewhere, so somebody could pull up those minutes and get those files. This was a department that had a lot more money than we have, obviously, and a lot more resources and staff. But it's a good point that anything we utilize in a meeting immediately becomes a public document and needs to be ultimately available for someone who wants to find it. How to do it, I don't know.
Yeah, so this software that or this whatever you're going on with the not the MSPA.
SharePoint.
I forget what that's called. Is that a document database sort of thing, or?
With SharePoint?
No, you're seeking a grant to work with.
Oh, with the MAPC. That
MAPC,
would
thank
be,
you.
yeah, build out of document retention. Yeah.
Yeah, so that might solve the problem, because if you have a proper document database, then you can store versions of documents, and they're retrieved based on those versions, and they're dated. So you can always, you have a history, so you can always retrieve the version that was presented. So that would
I
be
will say that even if we, let's just say best case scenario, we get that grant and we do that, we're looking at, you know, July.
Yeah.
So that's not helping us today, but it's good to know that that's, you know, something that we're applying for.
And if we don't get that grant, then I think that's something the board should discuss in terms of putting in a budget to get that working, because it's something the whole town hall really needs is a document. I don't know what they're called, document storage database, something. There's some IT language for that.
So something that I'm hearing is, and just to be completely transparent about it, I've been feeling this for a few months now, but it sounds like the old way that we did it is probably preferable to what we are doing today. And
Yeah.
Brian and John, you might not have context there, but we delivered a packet of all of the materials via PDF prior to the meeting.
We had that for like 2 meetings or 3 meetings.
Right.
And it kind of, I always feel like I should be better at it. You know, it's always a struggle. It's kind of good. I'm glad to hear that I'm not the only one who struggles. I always think, you know, this would be a lot easier if I had the old system, but you do just throw away a lot of paper. You know, I think the last time we actually had the paper, we were meeting in person at the high school, and we all brought our stuff, and we all had a good old stack, and we spent about a minute discussing it, because it was a very easy matter to resolve, and we all just tossed it. You just all, you know, recycled it, which
I remember that.
it didn't feel great, you know, but
So Yeah,
Maybe
so
the
I,
compromise would be to have a PDF.
yeah, just have a digital single file PDF. I mean, the problem with having it as a single PDF is that whenever there were amendments made to it, the person assembling it had to reassemble the whole
Right.
thing.
Right.
And then for a while we had an issue where it would come out with the same name and you wouldn't know that it was a revised version. So I mean, that was a problem as well. So I think maybe we just need to think more about this and how to best serve everyone.
But we also need to decide on it. I mean, there's sort of three issues. There's how do we organize the packets for the meeting so that we're able to access it quickly, you know, both to prepare for the meeting and during the meeting. There's where do those documents live once it's over so that we have the historic inventory accessible over time. And then there's when we generate things, how do we share them? And how do we upload them? Because neither of those questions solves where we like, so Diab comes back and he says, this is a diagram I created of how MPIC should look. Where does that go? Do we just keep that in email or does that should be shared somewhere?
So I would claim that things like that should get sent to the town planner or the planning department, who are in charge of archiving planning board materials. So it
So we
should
share it as
be,
an email and then Taylor extracts it from the email and puts it in the correct topic. And this is in
yeah,
the
because it's, you know, I don't know what, you know, let's say that Taylor and Ian come up with this great structure to keep things in. Planning board members, as they come and go, will not know what that structure is. They just won't have any idea. So just giving them to the planning department and having them put it in the right place, I think is better. And that, you know, puts that sort of corporate memory in the right place.
Okay, so yeah, I think that's probably the smartest thing to do because the town planner is a fixed point and the board rotates. That's a good suggestion. We did not, we could, so to access the SharePoint from sort of a cold start, you have to be in Outlook.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'll share my screen.
So do
I
we have to
almost
download an
more
Outlook? Do we have to
helpful.
download Outlook as a program?
No, you can do it
I'm
online.
really ignorant.
You can use Office 365. The only problem is if you happen to have two Office 365 accounts, Microsoft doesn't handle that well. So I have a work-related Office 365 and this one, and it's a fight to get it to forget one. So
It's not great.
Okay, so when you're in Outlook Online, click on these buttons up here, and then you can just click on SharePoint. And then it opens up. I'm in a whole bunch of them, so I actually don't know what it looks like on your end.
we
But
have
it
very
should say
limited.
something like
Let me try that, because we have a
That's
we have a
why
limited.
I want a member of the board who's not super comfortable with this to be the sample.
Well, I think we also need someone who has a board member's account, which doesn't have all of the.
Brian, do you want to be our sample person here?
I'm not sure I even know how to like log into this. Like
Why
I got a
Okay.
password.
Why don't we plan this as part
Yeah.
of January's organizational meeting so that we're about to hit 8:15 and we've got still but I think we've identified a lot of the big issues. So let's
So I have Outlook up and running, and I don't see any of the buttons that.
it depends. So one of the okay,
Yeah,
really,
it depends on what access you have. The planning board has very limited Outlook capabilities. So
well,
I can just.
I think that we have. I think that I understand what I don't. I think that we should talk about this in January, and I'll meet with. I'll send out emails. I'll meet with those of you individually to discuss it further. I think that we should just. I hear everyone's concerns. We'll solve it.
Okay, great. It was just basically I knew it was a problem, and I just wanted everyone to have a chance to get it on the table. It's an
I
ongoing.
tried sharing my screen, but I don't know what happened. I'll stop.
It's okay.
Okay.
We would go down a whole thing, 'cause the app versus
Yep.
the online access is different. So
Yep.
once we know the issues, we know how to tailor a training for it. So that's good. And it is 8:15.
Yep.
Okay,
So
let me
time to
get
go
back-
through the petitions.
Yes, hold on, let me get back to the petitions. I opened way too many things during that. We start with 24 Garfield. Okay. Thank you for the write-up. So that was a good format. Do we have, who do we have? We have people here. Who do we have for this?
Raise your hand on Zoom, please.
Oh, Chris, yeah, is there. He can't speak.
Okay, great. We got a nice overview about this from Taylor. Did everyone have a chance to read that? We previously, so the petitioners, do you want to bring that up? There's a memo that he sent us as part of today's packet that summarizes that they're seeking a special permit under section 9.4, section 9.3 from the Board of Appeals, section 3.32, accessory, et cetera, to demolish an existing accessory structure and construct a larger accessory structure where we've seen this before, 5 foot side yard setback is required and 2 feet is proposed. A 5 foot rear yard setback is required and a 2.51 inch foot is proposed. The property is in the RG 6.5 General Residence District zoning district and contains 5,223 plus or minus square feet. We previously reviewed the petition for 24 Garfield and voted to make no recommendation. So this is the garage. Previously reviewed the petition, made no recommendation on the basis that the petition did not meet the criteria for approval under section 354 of variance. However, during the discussion, board members acknowledged that the proposed plan did not create any additional negative impacts on the neighborhood. But we did not make a recommendation. The unchanged petition, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that we didn't make a recommendation because we didn't want to say no. The real reason that we didn't make the recommendation is because it would not have been accepted as a variance. And I think there was a lot of back and forth as to how could we get this to be a special permit, not a variance. And now I'm looking at this memo and I'm like, the ZBA is asking to come back with a special permit. It's like manna from heaven. It seems like it's a no-brainer I would think to support it as a special permit, which I think is part of the it's part of the recommendation.
So I kind of am on the side of the building commissioner and the town council on this, after having sat down and discussed this with, I think, I forget who I discussed it with. I think I sat down and spoke about this with the building commissioner. So I feel that it does stray into variance category because it is no longer on the footprint of the original building.
Okay.
But the ZBA has said come back to us with a special permit, which I mean they're all three lawyers, and we had trouble with our lawyer in the past. So I mean,
I'm going to defer to the lawyer who represents the town in case the town gets sued over the fact that this was granted via a special permit rather than a variance. I know that the ZBA has had disagreements with the town council before. I find myself on the side of the town council in those previous disagreements. So that's my personal take on the issues.
So our possible, go ahead, Brian.
Oh, you go first because you were about to lay out a possible course of actions, and I'll let you go first. Sorry.
I don't want to cut off.
Okay, I was gonna say that I feel like we put forward a recommendation that was a non-recommendation in the case of a variance. We've now been asked, and there's been a posting in the news that this is a special permit request. I think it's incumbent on us to respond to this request. We could recommend favorable, unfavorable action, or make no recommendation at all. But I feel like what's before us right now, what's being asked of us by ZBA is to opine on a special permit request. And we already have opined on what we think if it's a variance. So they'll have both, and when the ZBA and the commissioner get together and do whatever voodoo that they do, they'll have our opinion on both matters, and they can decide what to do. So I think that we should make a recommendation on this special permit request. That's just my thought.
So that would change our position. We would be taking a position on a special permit that's being presented to us kind of against the wishes of the building commissioner, right?
Well, I think the reason, I don't think it would change our position because we're voting on something that's different. And the reason that we took no position is that there was no chance because it didn't qualify for a variance. But under a special permit, the bars are lower to getting an approval from the ZBA. And so if we feel that the project should go forward, then we should move for favorable action on the special permit, even though we did not opine on the variance.
Taylor, do you want to add clarity here? Is that why your hand's up?
I would like to give a recommendation to the board.
Okay.
I think that you should vote on whether or not this permit has an adverse effect to its neighborhood, regardless of if it's a special permit or a variance. You can let the building commissioner and the ZBA decide what it is, and you can decide if constructed as proposed, if it would have a negative impact on the neighborhood.
Is that what we're being asked?
So we're being a little triangulated.
Yeah, okay.
We're being asked to weigh in on a process that's being presented in conflict with the building commissioner. So the building commissioner saying one thing, the ZBA is saying another, and we're sort of being asked to weigh in on a conflict.
I mean, I don't think that it does make an adverse effect to the neighborhood, notwithstanding the issues, that Dia brought up regarding the opinion of town council. I think those are two separate issues.
Yeah, I agree with that. I'm just trying to look at the actual drawing, the lot layout, to make sure that I remember. So I can't recall, and I'm afraid I can't find where it is in the sea of documents, what the setback, how far it is away from the neighboring properties. I recall that it actually extended further into the owner's property, but I can't remember what the setback was to the lot lines from the redesigned garage. And so, shoot, it's not the assessor's map. Is it plot plan? Maybe that's the plot plan, 811.
Can we let the petitioner help, or is that?
Can we just see it? Can we just see the plot plan so we can see where the garage is? Because
Original Farm GFA.
yeah, I actually have it up here, and I'm trying to see what the setbacks were. That's all I really need to know is, are the setbacks, is it the same setback from the lot lines? Is it further back, or is it closer?
Is that what you're asking? Although in a new position, are the setbacks maintained?
They have a chart.
The setbacks are maintained. We're maintaining it. We're just extending into the yard. So we're keeping the
Okay.
setback from the side and the back.
Okay. So I would move that we vote that this project does not have an adverse effect on the neighborhood and that it is not decreasing the distance from the structure to the lot lines.
So that
I would second that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Nick, for the second. That extends, just further discussion on the issue, that extends our previous recommendation, which was that it's not detrimental to the neighborhood. So you're now weighing in on the,
Can you repeat that, Diab? You moved that it doesn't have negative impact on the neighborhood because
it is not encroaching any further into the lot, into the setbacks. I mean, it's just saying that I'm just rephrasing why we said it didn't have a negative impact, in the sense that it's not going any closer. We've already talked about the massing, I believe, which wasn't super huge. So I think that, you know, we could also just simply, I could move that I could rephrase or simply say what we did last time, which is we do not see that this has a negative impact on the neighborhood, and leave it at that. If that's preferred by the board, then I withdraw my previous motion and simply say, I move that the board state that they find that this has no negative impact on the neighborhood.
is there a second for that motion?
And that's what we're being asked to do. It looks like. I mean, I would second it.
Okay.
Is that the position that supports?
So it supports our discussion previously. It adds a little bit of clarity. Before we took no action, this is sort of saying the recommendation is remain. I don't think we're recommending approval. Are we recommending? I'm sorry, repeat the motion.
No, we're not recommending, we're not
Yeah.
putting our foot in that water or in
So
that
we're-
lion's mouth. We're simply
so we're
saying that,
clarifying the position that we make. We're not recommending to approve, but we are not seeing additional negative impact to the neighborhood.
right. I want to follow up on Taylor's, I think Taylor, if I paraphrase, he was saying is, let's not wade into whether this is special permit or variance. Let's just say that if this project goes forward, this project as on paper does not have a negative impact on the neighborhood, and leave it up to the two sides to determine whether it's special permit or variance.
Okay, any more discussion? Okay, seems like we are ready to vote.
I
Diab?
have a question.
Oh, go ahead.
Carrie, I just see that Mr. Maynard has his hand raised. It's been lowered. Never mind. I now it's raised, lowered. I want to know.
Can we take comments in the middle of a motion from outside the board?
I don't know. I just wanted to make sure that if I'm leaving it at your discretion. I just didn't know if you had seen his hand was raised, and that's all.
I did see the hand was raised, but I don't know if we can. I don't know who's better at Robert's Rules of Orders than I am. Can we take public
We don't follow it very well, so let's just do whatever you feel is right.
Okay. Okay.
It's a long and boring book.
Yeah, we will take a conservative comment from Larry Maynard.
Thank you. I did read the memo that Taylor sent to the board, and I would ask, given that the client has been prejudiced by the delay because of the disagreement between the ZBA and the building commissioner, whether this is requiring a variance or a special permit. It seems like everyone on the board is in agreement and concurs that there are no negative impacts. I would request that the board approve the petition as written because of that fact. It still has to be hashed out between ZBA and the building commissioner, which we have tried to get done diligently, making phone calls to both parties. We prefaced our attendance at the previous ZBA meeting by having a conference call with the building commissioner, who insisted that we needed a variance And yet when we went to ZBA, they said, you don't need a variance, you need a special permit. So we're trying to follow the rules. I'm just not sure who knows what they are.
So I think we are signaling that the project, we like the project. How it is built, whether it's through special permit or variance, is again something that this board is not part of the process. So I would say that because we have different opinions on this board about whether it should be a variance or it should be a special permit, I would say as a reasonable compromise, we simply state that, as the motion said, that we find this project does not have negative impacts, and how it gets built via variance or special permit is not up to us.
But we don't feel it has a negative impact, and we support its construction as it's been proposed.
Yeah,
Right?
I'd like to move something like that.
Is that-
Well, see,
something like what
here's my
Larry had
problem.
mentioned.
Here's my problem with that, in that if it does require a variance, because it turns out that town council and the building commission are correct, then it may go forward with the variance, so.
Right, well, the ZB will determine if it goes forward with a variance. They'll be the final arbiters, whether it goes forward with a variance. If the commissioner, prevails and then it's a variance, the zoning board of appeals will make the final determination as to whether this can be done under the variance. We don't need to concern ourselves with that, but we can support. I don't know how Mr. Maynard put it, or how John had mentioned that we support the project, no matter how it gets through.
Well, what language would you prefer? I mean, the language in the motion is that we find that it has no negative impact on the neighborhood, which I think is a pretty strong thing.
Right.
I like that.
Right,
so,
but and that we support. What was it?
I think we're
What did
signaling
John?
support. I think we've strengthened our position from no recommendation to signaling that the project is fine. Figure this out.
yeah, I don't
decision.
want to wade into the legalities of whether it's a special permit or a variance.
No,
I would just like to say the board supports this project, or we find that it has no negative impact, and let's just.
And we support it.
And we support it, but
Right.
but I wouldn't go any further than that.
I would second John's motion.
I'm not sure what.
We have a motion on the table right now.
So if someone could, I don't understand the difference between what the motion already says and what you would like to.
Well, John is adding, and we support.
The hesitation to extending the recommendation by the planning board, who only would make a recommendation on whether or not it proceeds anyway, is saying it has no negative impact on the neighborhood. We are endorsing the project. We are not opening the door to putting our finger on the scale of variance or special permit. Whereas if we said as written, it sort of gives both of them a reason to see if we're involved in the discussion process. Because
I agree. I think that move that doesn't have a negative impact on the neighborhood is what we're saying.
It puts it back on the deciding bodies to decide.
We're not opining whether it should be a special permit or a variance, and we don't want to be in their family feud.
We are strengthening our position.
That seems like where the consensus is moving.
So we have a motion on the floor which says that. Is there a move to amend it to add something? The motion currently says planning board finds that this project has no negative impact on the neighborhood, period. That's the current motion.
I don't know if I'm to speak or not.
I support that.
I don't follow the rules, so if I can make a comment, let me know.
Go for it.
My only and I'm very grateful for everyone's support. My perception is that everyone supports me. So first of all, thank you for that. I'm a terrible poker player, and you can probably see on my face that the building commissioner has made very clear to me that variances are never approved. that my only apprehension is if we do have to go through this again and it is determined that it's a variance, he's already told me this is a non-starter. So there's already that premeditation that it won't go through. That's my only disappointment. So nonetheless, whatever you decide, I'm grateful for your debate and I'm grateful for your support.
I don't think we would change that. Especially with council advising the building commissioner that they're correct. I think the issue is with the building commissioner and town council. I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think our adding approve the petition is gonna change the process. I think it's gonna fuel the special permit process, which will increase the conflict and everyone's in court.
I understand.
You know, I guess what I am, you know, this is one of these technical lines to dance on, and I realize it has some pretty significant impacts on your project, variance versus special permit. But, you know, I would really, I would want the planning board to play the, I don't want, not the word play, but to be very conservative as to how we state what we're doing, because I don't know, sorry, I guess I can't explain why I want to do that.
I understand, and I respect it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a duke out between those other two parties.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it is encouraging that the ZBA has requested the applicant to come back with a special permit. I think that's encouraging.
Mhm.
And if we say that we feel that there's no negative impact on the neighborhood, that implies a certain amount of support.
Yeah, I mean, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I mean, it is, Nick is correct. I mean, it's supporting it, you know. That means we don't think it's going to offend in any meaningful way, you know.
Okay, so the motion is still unamended. Are we ready to vote? No further discussion. Okay, by roll call vote, John,
Yay.
Nick,
Aye.
DM,
Yep.
getting quite a variety here. Brian,
Aye.
and I am a yes-er-y. That's the motion passes unanimously.
There's no okie dokies.
We're there a sixth member. Okay. I'm sorry that we can't do more. It's an awkward spot to have the applicant, and I'm sorry about that, but
I'm grateful for your help. Have a wonderful holiday season.
thank you, you too.
Thank you too.
Okay, on to Lauren Court. Lauren Court is another one that I think we've all seen this, right? We were all on the last time they came through.
I was not.
You were not. Oh, okay. So it must have been.
It was the meeting. I watched the meeting. It was the meeting the night of the election. So John and I were probably at home watching. Well, I won't speak for John. I was at home watching.
Okay, so
Lauren Court seems like it would be a quicker one.
Yeah, so
following the I Ching rule.
I think you did nice write-ups, and I'm getting to your write-up here. So your write-up is going to be better than my.
The only thing I recall from back then was that we asked to have essentially a check-in in August to make sure things were on schedule.
Yep.
I don't know if that happened, but
Are those photographed where it is? I mean, the photograph looked like.
Yeah, I think
they looked like it was complete.
Please?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
essentially, so this is a subdivision on Loring Court, and when we last left our hero, the road was not complete. The neighbors were a bit annoyed with the stalling in the project, which I think had to do with things that were a little outside, I mean, cost of materials changed, a lot of things changed. So there were 3 lots. One I think was complete, one was partially constructed, and one was an open lot. And now, as we're seeing from the pictures, one is complete and sold, one is complete and ready to be released so that that second home can be sold, which I think is the blue one. I guess it depends on your color definitions. Yes, thank you. So that's the second one. The applicant is asking for that lot to be released by us, which was contingent at our last meeting on the road being completed because the sidewalk was torn up. There were staging areas that had been in place for a long time that the neighborhood would like to see cleared out. And there had been kind of no movement on the third lot, which is now framed. And it looks like making a decent amount of progress. So this doesn't wrap the project up. There are no certificates of occupancy that will be released until the full project is complete. And so what we're voting on today is not, much more than whether or not we release lot 2 so that it can be sold but not yet occupied until it's complete.
Well, I thought that we were promised that they would have that completely ready for occupancy by sometime in November. And that was one of the conditions as to allowing us where we released the first lot under
I
the
do remember
condition
that
that it,
everything off the road by Thanksgiving. I do remember that. So all
and
Which
we
one
also,
which one is not ready for occupancy? And they look pretty
well,
close.
the outside might be done, but the inside, so I mean, my recollection is that we wanted to have the building finished
we
Right.
have
by the end of November.
folks here for this project, right? Who do we have here for this project? Let's just get an update.
Okay.
We have
And
Mr.
Madam Chair,
Tarby, the
the
attorney.
applicant is here as well as his attorney.
Great. Whoever would like to fill in some details, please feel free.
Yes, first of all, I apologize for the screen. I'm not sure what's happening, but for the record, Attorney Joseph Tabby, Reuben and Rudman, here representing Robert Murray. And we've requested a release of Lot 2, also known as 8 Loring Court, from the provisions of the tripartite agreement. We're not looking to reduce the bond or have the bond released. We're just simply looking for the release of Lot 2. Now, the tri-party agreement indicates no release of Lot 2 or Lot 3 shall be issued till the work has been completed in compliance with the subdivision approval, definitive subdivision plan, and the agreement. So we did submit an as-built plan for Lot 2, 8 Loring Court, and our engineer, Adam Ashianda, is also present. We also submitted an as-built plan for the subdivision, certifying that the actual as-built locations and elevations of the roadways, the stormwater management systems, water, sewer, and other utilities are all in compliance with the subdivision plan. In addition, the plan also certifies that all permanent monuments are in place according to the approved subdivision plan. And then there's also a certification from Ashianda and Associates that the stormwater recharge systems on Lot 2, 8 Loring Court have been installed in general conformance with the approved plans. We actually have a closing scheduled for Lot 2 on December 12th. And we're looking for the lot to be released so that we can, close on the property.
So,
What's
so
the
if I might
timeline
ask,
Go ahead.
so how close are you to getting a certificate of occupancy?
Within a week. Probably within a week.
I mean, I have to admit, I'm a little annoyed. This is the second time you've essentially sold the property without getting it released. And so the first time it was sort of an emergency because you actually had people who thought they could move in and they couldn't. And now you're telling us that in about a week and a half, you already want to close on this thing. And you haven't come before the board and given us any heads up. So
Right,
you're kind of,
I'm sorry. Okay.
yeah. So, I mean, I
But I
I
think
understand.
the difference between this time and last time is that the subdivision's complete. And we're not looking
have the bond released to us. We're looking for release of the lot.
But
So
you also said you would have this fully closed out, or you would have it done by November, I think it was 25th or something like that.
But
So
we-
granted, it's a week or so later, you know, there's obviously some slop, but I'm still, you know, the fact that you've pledged to close this, I assume you have a buyer and you'd like to close on with the buyer, but you're kind of putting this board in a bind saying you better approve this or else we're going to have another unhappy customer.
No, we didn't put it that way at all. We've respectfully made a request to release the lot. We've completed the subdivision, you know, it complies with the definitive subdivision plan. So the only thing we're not coming before you now requesting a release of the bond or lot 3. We're just looking for a release of lot 2. And by no means are we, telling you, if you don't release it, then, we have an issue. We're just asking to release it so that we can proceed forward and sell the property.
Everything on the outside is done. It's just the inside the finishing touches.
What, on 3?
On 2.
On 2, yeah.
And what's the status of 3?
Um,
On 2, all the work on the outside is done. We're just finishing up, like installing the appliances and that. That's all that has to be done on that. That is complete. And I said a week is just so we can get the occupancy permit.
What about on lot 3?
And lot 3, it's just the inside work is not done. The outside is completely finished. All the drainage, all of them have the trees planted as required, and the driveways are done. The landscaping's done. On 3, we have to insulate and finish the house out. That's gonna be a way.
When are we expecting to see you back about 3? What's the timeline on that?
I would say it'd probably be, the maximum is 8 weeks. So it'll be the end of February or something. Well, that'd be more than 8 weeks, but it'll be around somewhere in the mid-February, depending on the weather too.
First quarter of next year. We'll
Okay.
probably close at the end of February, beginning of March.
Brian, you have a question, comment?
Yeah, can you put that picture back up? Because I had sort of a foundational question. I think I might have been off by one house. I thought that anyone that shows both of the 2 structures that are there, I thought that structure, the one in dead center of that picture was lot 1. Is that lot 2? Am I off by one?
That's lot 2 years.
Yeah, that is lot 2, also known as 8 Loring Court.
Okay. So that's the one that was released in March. Is that now occupied?
Yeah, no, let's back up for a second. I'm sorry. Lot 1, which is 3 Loring Court, that was the one that was released in March and is occupied.
Okay,
Well-
that's what I was confused. Yes, sorry. Go ahead.
The middle one is lot 2.
It's lot 2. Okay. And then I guess my follow-up question is, what is the status of the road and the status of the final approval by engineering, whoever else needs to take care of that? And I don't know if that's a question for Matt or someone else. I just want to know where the road stands, because that I see as sort of the big holdup in my mind, but I'm new to the committee, so I'm not trying to speak for other things, but that seems to be the big holdup in my mind.
The road work is complete. All the road work, all the work on the site work on the project is complete.
So when do you have your trees planted yet? I can't tell from these
Yes.
pictures.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a,
I don't know if those are the up-to-date pictures or not, but all the trees are planted anyway.
and there was a memo from planning to the planning board from Taylor, recommending the board approve the request for release of lot 2. I don't know if anyone from engineering is present or not.
We do. Matt, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I would just essentially concur with what Attorney Darby said, is the road is substantially complete. The as-built has been submitted to the town. We're in the process of reviewing the as-built. It may be that there's one or two things that need to get corrected or adjusted, but you know, the work is substantially complete for the road.
And have you looked at verified that the plantings are as we agreed upon back in March?
Yes, we did go look at the plantings, compared them to the approved plan, and they do match the approved plan. Obviously, you know, the entire site's not, you know, loamed and seeded quite yet, but the street trees are in.
I believe the trees show on the as-built plan that you've been given.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Adam, you have your hand up.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, Adam Marshanda from Marshanda and Associates. I'm the engineer for the project, and I'm just gonna kind of go off what Matt was saying is two plans were submitted prior to this meeting. We call it a final as-built for lot two. So basically, lot two is completely done exterior wise. Plantings, the decks, the walks, everything, just like Bob was saying, and Joe, that maybe some minor interior work. I'm not really sure about that. And then also we submitted, we called it a roadway improvements plan, an as-built. And it shows that the roadway, we actually, when we submitted, I'm not sure if you saw the plan or not, but it shows the whole subdivision and all the monuments were set, the curbing's all in, the sidewalks all in, every street planting is in. Even lot three, I know that we talked about lot three, but all the underground infiltration systems are in. Yeah, this is the plan here. So you could see that everything's in place. I show the water, the easement going all the way to Lock One. Everything's in place. I mean, I can, like I said, I was asked to put this as-built together, and we went out and did a field survey and, you know, completed an as-built on the subdivision, the cul-de-sac, the roadway. And as far as we're concerned, it's completed. I'm not sure, like I said, I can't really speak for the interior work, but in terms of the monuments and all the utilities, everything's in place.
Okay, appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, any more questions on this project from the board or any other comments to add to the discussion? Okay, so with the expectation that this project will be done and wrapped up and off our desks by, sounds like March at the latest. I know the concerns were raised by the neighbors in the past, and they were primarily concerning the condition of the sidewalks and the roads, and then also the staging area. But it looks like a lot of that's been resolved as the construction's continued. So we haven't heard from the neighbors, so I assume they're doing a good job of either keeping communication up or moving vehicles off the road, and the road looks good. So we are looking for a recommendation about the release of lot 2 for this project. Is there a motion?
Something as simple as I move the planning board authorize release of lot 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion on this issue?
Well, I would just hope that when they come to us for release of lot 3, that they'll get it to us sooner than a week and a half before they close on it. I think that's just a show of respect for the board.
Agree. And hopefully duly noted. Any more discussion on the motion? Okay, by roll call, Brian,
Aye.
Diab,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
and I'm an aye as well. Thank you, everyone who came out for this project.
And thank you
Harry,
very much.
Can I know that just will be helpful if we could hear, or Taylor, when we could hear when engineering finally approves, whatever the right word is, this road, so that we know that it's like, I wouldn't want to approve the last lot until we know that the road is up to whatever it is you're looking for, Matt et al.
We do still have the bond on it, so that will
Yeah.
all be in place.
Yeah, we won't close out the subdivision until it's all complete.
Agreed. I just, as soon as we know that that road is done, I mean, I assume there'll be a memo or something that comes out that says everything is up to spec and you're all happy. If we get that sooner, then when we see this for the third lot, it'll be easier because we won't have to ask you, Matt, if it's done, because you'll have already told us it's done.
Yeah, we can work with Taylor on that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. So it's 5 minutes to 9. We have Ardley Road to get through, and we need to get through the MSMD design guidelines. I'm just pointing that out because it's a lengthy one that we need to take a fairly simple action on. So, did everyone have time to read the materials associated with Ardley Road?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Great. I'm gonna let Taylor give the overview on this one because he's been working very hard on getting this one pulled together. So why don't you give us
So Ardley Road is going to be a roadway improvement plan. We're going to follow pretty closely the subdivision preliminary and definitive. Excuse me. Sorry. We're going to follow primarily just the definitive subdivision process. What's going to happen is what tonight essentially serves as a yes, we accept or not this process, and in doing so, the process will then move to Concom. Concom will be a public process, just like it always is. We have requested that the planning board be a part of that public process because it is something that's a little bit different than what planning board has done in the past. So it would be good to have planning board members at those public hearings, just so that you understand what you're going to be eventually approving. We'll also be working with approval tonight or acceptance tonight will be the hiring of a peer reviewer through 53G. And that just helps the engineering department and ultimately helps conservation and you all on the planning board to make a better decision at the end to make sure that the road that is being proposed and then eventually built is to the standards that it should be. You can certainly review what is in front of you today as far as documentation, but really what you are voting on is the acceptance and the allowing the petitioner to move forward.
Okay.
And we have Bill here. I don't know, Carrie, if you want any more information from him or not, but we do have.
Bill, is there anything you want to add or inform us about before we?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, I'm Bill Proy. I'm representing the applicant this evening. And we do have our engineer if we have to resort to that. I'm thankful we're here and I appreciate what the board is considering this evening. I would just like to say, and it's in our papers, so I don't want to belabor it. It really isn't a definitive subdivision. It's very plain and under the statute that it's not. So it is a roadway improvement plan. The difference is that there's not a lot of discretion. It's really a by right plan. We have to build the plan to the town specifications. That's true. So in that sense, you could call it a subdivision because roads are the objects of subdivision, right? We just had a long discussion about that about Loring. The difference is the discretion the board has. And I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to pick a fight. I just wanted to state that for the record. And we're looking forward to moving it forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anyone have any points of clarification they want from the process of the roadway improvement plan? Is there any other information we feel like we need on the table? there are lots of materials that are included in here. I'm assuming the things that are sort of older will either be updated or they're not things that are particularly time sensitive. And I'm assuming a lot of this gets, when we get the reports from all of the relevant boards and commissions, that everything will be, I mean, I think most of our questions will be answered over the course of the process. Correct me if I'm wrong. Does anyone have questions about the process or clarity that they need on the plan itself before we vote? Go ahead, Brian.
Taylor, you just said this, but I'm going to ask it again because I think I'm confused. Are you asking us to approve the process that you've worked out? Is that what you want as far as a vote from us tonight?
Yeah, you're accepting the documentation.
Okay, I just wanted to understand what you were looking for. So thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so are we ready to make a motion on whether or not we accept the documentation for the Ardley roadway improvement plan?
So this is, I'm, this is a little weird, so pardon. So we're not actually, all we're doing is we're technically saying we have received a packet, and that sets this in motion to move towards the next part of the workflow. Is that what we're doing here?
Yeah, I think if we wanted to blow it up and be adversarial, we could push back on the process itself and ask for it to be updated or changed or something like that. But I think we're essentially looking at it and saying, this process seems fine, count us in, let's go.
Okay, I mean, I read the town engineer's report. It raises a number of questions in there. I want to make sure that the process will answer those questions.
It looks from the steps of, I mean, those were my sort of things where like, it doesn't seem like everything's answered, but we're allowing the process to get started, which I think is going to be when everything gets answered. So I don't think as long as you feel like the plan outlined here will arrive at the answers to the questions that you also had, then I think we approve the.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we don't have answers to these questions, we can't move forward without the answers. This is the way we get those answers.
Exactly.
I just want to make it clear that this is not an approval of the project, it's an approval of the process.
Exactly. Yes. Bill, did you want to add something?
Yeah, please, thank you. I'm not sure what the reference to the outstanding questions are. We did, we've gone through, I think, one review in response to departmental comments on the plan so far. So those are our, part of what we submitted. And so if it's that, I understand there might be some outstanding things. We did try to respond comprehensively to all the comments we got to date. But if there are additional ones, we haven't seen them yet.
But that would come out during, for example, the joint public hearing between the conservation and the planning board may raise some of those questions, and you would need to come back with answers to those questions, I think is what he's.
Well, I'm just looking at the engineer's report from the 26th of November. So if you've responded, so there are a number, there are questions, is an easement, what about the status of, what the fill, where's the, what is the origin of the fill, things like that. So if you've answered those questions already, I don't know that I see that in the documentation. So that's, my concerns are to see that the town engineer's concerns in the November 26th document are appropriately dealt with.
We haven't answered those because we haven't seen them.
Right. So
okay.
So those are the questions where I feel like I want to make sure the process can handle those questions.
Exactly.
So
this is not. I know it's probably maybe the structure is a little bit different because the section of the subdivision control law is not that common that applies here, but the process is very similar. We're trying to construct a piece of roadway, and the town and the departments review that, and we respond, and we come to an agreement on what the roadway should look like, how it should function, and then we get it approved. That's generally what it is. So I don't think that sounds too unusual, right?
No, I just, like I said, this would be a decision on the process, not on the project.
Yes, agreed.
And so, I want to make sure that we get our questions answered. And if this is the way to do that, then that's what this is. So that was my moment of clarity. So thank you.
Okay. Okay. Is there a motion? We are looking for a motion to approve the preliminary roadway improvement plan as presented.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Brian.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay, roll call vote. Diab,
Aye.
Brian,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and I'm an I as well. Off we go.
Very good. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thanks for coming in for this. Thanks, Bill.
Yep. Take care.
You too. Okay. That is all for petitions. We are on to the MSMD rules and regulations. So essentially we have all read this over. We have all made comments on it. And then Nick and John spent some time digesting for us sort of the gaps between what we began with, what we gave feedback on, what Maura Sullivan had submitted as suggested edits, and sort of made their comments on that. And I think Taylor is prepared to highlight some of the biggest gaps that we still have in these decision points, and then we're going to send it off to Michael. I will point out that there will be some things that will happen during December. We'll flesh out some of the details around the wiring for the EV parking. I'll make sure that we have good consensus on how we're wording the native plants versus the common plants common to Winchester, and small details like that. Legal will take a look, and that may change some things. So this is sort of, are we sort of materially on the same page about the content that we're asking to turn into a set of regulations? At the end of this, I hope to vote to sort of approve all of this to be created as a final document by Michael, but we don't actually accept them as the design guidelines until we have that final document, which I hope to wrap up at that first January meeting, at our next meeting, which will be the first January meeting. So that's sort of what we have ahead of us for the remainder of this meeting. And Taylor, do you want to guide us here, or do you want me to take a stab at it? Or
Just give me one second. I'm trying to coordinate something here.
okay.
So I was actually rather confused with the documents we saw, because they seem to include everyone's comments.
Yep.
And I didn't know how to, there were 3 documents of import, or I would not, maybe not 3, but the 2 documents of import are the draft docs with a date of November 15th, and then Nick and John comments dated 12th. And I can't figure out, and hopefully Taylor can show us, I can't figure out what the difference is,
Mm-hmm.
because all of our comments are still hanging out on the side.
Yep.
So it's and the draft says it's updated 10/22/24. So that's even, they all say that. So that's very confusing.
Okay, sorry. I'm paying attention now. So if we go into
Yeah.
Nick, John comments. So this is where Nick's and John's comments are going to be. And if we scroll down, yes, we did leave these, and we can see Nick's in red.
And
Purple.
the 15th includes all that.
In purple here. You can also filter. How do we filter? So does that help you out, Dieb? So what we're seeing here is a bulk our next
Okay,
changes.
so it's the purple stuff, and then where are
Yeah.
John's changes?
John
Is there
liked
any-
the way that it was without additional changes.
Okay, so essentially we're just looking at the purple stuff. And I'm gonna move it on, see if I can see that on my screen. Because I can't, well, it doesn't matter. I'll look it on your screen. Okay. So this is it. This is the sum total of changes. And how are we handling all of the suggestions that were on the side? Were those incorporated?
I didn't want to incorporate anything without the permission of the board.
I do think over time, some of the comments did bend some of the text, but I think because it was kind of part of the motion for a while. So I think some of them, they're a bit sort of out of temporal order, I think, but I know some of this ended up getting addressed in the wind up to them being included in the motion. And then when we moved them out, I don't think it was updated to include
Well, I'm just looking at the one right in there. I commented the genuine appearance is ill-defined,
right.
and it's still in there. So the process is confusing to me. Are we going to go through and as a board vote on each comment to see whether it should be included? Because if they haven't been folded into the document, they never will be unless this board says they should be part of the document. So does that mean we're going to go through here and say, yes, Brian has a correct thing, no, Dieb doesn't? How do we handle all these comments?
So we could start, I mean, I do think this is it does seem like these weren't. We could start on page 1 and go through all of the comments and just address them all, because this is the last time we're all going to be around it before it goes off to Michael.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to, because
so page 1, we have provisions to written. So Brian, first comment, the next comment.
How do I get the comments back on my screen? I've opened up.
If you click on one of the thought bubbles off to the right at the far right of the document, it opens the column.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The next one is a figures comment. Michael can adjust that. Then we go down to page 3. So some of this is sort of is this coherent, is this cohesive? And I think Michael's going to comb over all this, so I don't think we should spend time on, I think they're good comments, but I don't think we should spend time making sure we've gotten the sections in the proper order, because I think he'll be paying attention to that.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
I'm hoping that Michael will be able to incorporate some of this.
But let's keep going through the comments. So then down on page 5, we have a comment that open area is not, if it's not defined by the law, I do think we have it defined somewhere in our bylaws, open area versus open space versus.
Sounds good. Just as long as it's somewhere.
Yeah. So I think these are comments that I think are not, I'm more concerned about the ones which want to change wording or.
Yeah, but to your point, let's just tick through them, because it'll be quicker than decide to tick through them.
What's the difference between a canopy and an awning?
An awning, I think, is permanent on the building, and a canopy, I think, is like fabric and retractable. I'm less passionate about canopies, because I think if someone throws up a tent for a sidewalk sale, we're in dicey water. But if we want to add it, it's fine with me. I wanted awnings in there because a permanent awning with signage could be a way around our signage rules, and I didn't want that. But canopies, I think they're self-limiting because they're not gonna be affected by the seasons more, but I don't, we can add it.
Well, hold on one sec. I will look up what the definition of a canopy is, and then we can see whether it matters. Because if it says a canopy is an awning by another name, a covering, usually of cloth, suspended over a throne or bed or held aloft on poles above an eminent person. Okay, there we go. Protective roof-like covering, often of canvas, mounted on a frame over a walkway or door. That sounds like an awning to me.
As long
Yeah,
as
but
it's
we're
covered.
regulating awnings. We can add it. We could do that. Right.
Yeah, I mean,
More
it sounds like it's not going to be a, I mean, do we want to put the word permanent in there? Just, you know,
I think canopy is fine. I don't think we're gonna actually go after anyone who's trying to do a temporary. I think canopy
okay.
fine addition.
So why don't we just add and canopies into the text, or accept that edit, or however you want to do it. Awnings, canopies, and windows.
Okay. We should add that when possible, the most efficient lighting option should be utilized and that incandescent light should be avoided. I think we have elsewhere. So we have light trespass here. Negative impacts on the night sky and abutting properties. It's most.
I didn't think I saw it anywhere about using efficient lighting, and maybe this is not the right place for it, but I feel like
We have mitigating light pollution.
I think the commonly accepted standards for preventing light trespass is, I would be in favor of adding efficient lighting options, but incandescent.
Wait, you say efficient, are you talking about energy?
yeah.
I would put energy in,
Yeah.
because efficiency and
energy.
lighting is, you
Yeah,
know,
energy efficient. I just
one
didn't know if
really
this was the
big
right
bulb
place
is,
for it.
yeah.
Yeah.
So preventing
Yeah.
light trespass, comma,
But that would go under sustainable site design, maybe?
yeah, good, but it doesn't hurt to put it in under lighting.
Okay.
Lighting shall increase safety. I'm trying to figure out where we would put it in. Commonly accepted standards for energy efficiency and preventing light trespass. How's that?
Great.
Yeah.
I don't think we can. I mean,
And you guys feel, I'm just gonna run in the restroom a little, but I'll keep my screen up.
okay.
Okay, good.
So street
Should-
trees versus site trees, do we shorten this to just trees? That's kind of not our. We can ask for it. We do ask for a planting plan. We ask for a pretty extensive landscaping plan.
So I think this comes down to whether we have the authority to dictate what sort of plantings occur on a property.
Right.
And I don't, and so we can say, yeah, you've got a great landscaping plan, but you need to plant more native or resilient trees. But I don't know that we can do that except for street trees.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm thinking about like in the back of a building where there's a parking lot.
Yeah, I'm also bringing this back to the tree folks for some clarity. So I'll rake over.
Yeah, I mean, the words that we used in the 3A in regards to tree species was, I think, better than this. It talked so it would be native or some other word, which indicated that we would consider favorably species which would survive climate change.
Yeah, I do think it's tricky. I mean, there's a comment from me too below that the street tree people were asking about native or and it's, you know, we got rezoned, so pretty soon we'll be hosting, you know, mid-Atlantic trees pretty comfortably, but not much of the so
Yeah, and that's
question.
why the language in 3A was really short and concise and said exactly that.
Yeah, so
I
we can
just can't remember what it is, but I
so
would remove the common is just a bad thing because we have
I
lots of
think we
Norway.
went back and forth on that, and we ended up going with what was in the tree guideline for the town. But I think this bylaw should be sort of aspirational and raise the bar. So as mentioned at the opening of this, I'll be bringing this section back to the tree people to hash it out. So those details are kind of, I'm sort of leaving it to the
Okay, just as long as we remove the word common, and
yeah,
because
it's
that's just the wrong word to use here.
yeah.
So,
And then also we wanted to add the right to consult. I think we have that in the bylaw if we don't have it in the design guidelines, the right.
oh,
That's the other thing is we need to merge the,
the language in the mod is right below there. If you go down to the language, to the bubble onto the right,
there you go.
right down below that one, go to the next bubble.
Yeah, I see it. Oh, you're,
Planting
yep,
shall include species that are native or adapted to the region.
there
That
we
was
go.
short and sweet.
Great.
You want me to put that in
Yep,
Yep,
instead of common?
yep.
yep.
Be sure that's in the bylaw.
Or should it be to the town of Winchester?
No, the region.
Yeah, the region.
I mean, it's,
We've made some poor choices. We don't
yeah,
want to lock ourselves into a town full of Norway maples.
yeah, and you need to get rid of the planting shell, whatever. The tree species shall include species, so get rid of planting, the bee planting shell. Yeah, there we go. Keep going, yep. Yeah, I have a beautiful Norway maple in my backyard.
I mean,
It's
they do.
about, it's about 80 feet tall and doing fine.
I know.
It's a great shade tree.
Doesn't mean we should become a town of Norway maples.
What
I
does adapted
completely
mean?
agree.
What does adapted to the region mean? I don't know
means
what that means.
It is
It means that as a,
9:22. Are we sure this is the time to have this discussion?
Fine
the
to not
idea,
have it, but anything that
Adapted to
lives
the
here.
region means we've been rezoned, and so if it's a native species that's maybe normally in Connecticut, but it's been, you know, I mean, I think we're leaving room for the species to be adapted over time.
Okay, so anything that grows is adapted to the region. I just want to be clear on that. If it grows here, it's adapted. Bamboo is adapted to the region. It grows just fine here.
that's a very good point. Why don't we put a question mark next to adapted and say native species which are adapted to the region, which
I
are
also
native. Yeah, well, but that's a good point, Brian.
I'd like the street tree committee to weigh in on
There
this.
are native bamboos, by the way. I'm pretty sure there are native bamboos, but they're not the ones that you need to put Kevlar around to keep them from spreading. I have acquaintances who forgot to plant their bamboo and it went right through the plastic pot that it was in and went deep into the ground. Okay, so something about 40 feet. What the heck does that talk
The
about?
spacing for the street trees is supposed to be once every 40 feet, and you're raising the point that Cambridge is allowed to have, it requires that they be planted every 20 feet. We just
Well,
went
they're
with,
certainly at that. I don't know if they're required, but Cambridge has a very aggressive street tree planting regime, and they do a great job. They actually put these big stickers on the ground, and they draw on the sidewalk where they're going to cut it out, and they say street tree coming here soon. So I think 40 feet is just a stretch. I mean, I think we could do better than 40.
I
But
actually have an issue with this. I think that you should have a separate plan saying this is where the street trees are going to go. Because you don't want individual developers deciding where street trees are going to go when we don't know how each one is. Like, you want streets to be fairly evenly spaced out. So I think that you should instead say, and we can work on creating a map here or something saying the street trees will start here and then every X feet there will be another street tree. And then whatever building gets developed, they're responsible for planting those street trees.
So how about street trees should be no less than 3 inches in caliper and should be planted according to a plan drawn up by the tree warden and the town?
Like, you can just say the town's planting plan.
Okay, so we would edit that. We just have to make sure we have a planting plan. It doesn't want to take your edit. Okay, and just kill the rest of the sentence. Okay, cool. So why don't you just delete the little bubbles on the side that you've dealt with?
Yeah, is it okay if I just resolve them after the ones we go through?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I was just counting that whenever possible is who decides whether it's possible or not. I think we should just say they should employ best practices for sustainable site design and leave it at that.
I agree.
Okay.
Whoa, that's a long one. Oof. So this was to,
We can skip it. I'm gonna review this with the sustainability director, or we can read it all over now. This was feedback from both climate action and the street tree folks.
so how does the thing that I don't know is how much overlap there is between LEED certification and our new stretch energy code that we just passed the town meeting.
Yeah. I am ill prepared to parse all of that right now, and I doubt we can get Ken Pruitt on the call. I'm going to run this by him, but if we want to make sure that the board has answered all of these questions instead, we could read this over and go through all of it.
I move that we allow you to have that discussion, or the planning department have that discussion with the sustainability director.
Yeah, so okay, great. Thank you. It will be very for a little it will be possible for us to edit the text, I think, right? Michael's not giving us sort of a glossy single document that we have to share among each other. I think he's preparing the design guidelines, the figures appropriate to the design guidelines, but if we need to adjust text, I think we can.
I would hope so. I would hope we would get a Word document or something that we can,
So again, our goal is to
you can adjust the text at any time, whether it's before before Michael starts, after Michael starts,
So just to
after it's
give
done,
a
and
few
anytime.
a few of these sections are going to be run by relevant committees, and we could keep hammering them all out, but I think the biggest thing we want to do at this particular meeting is make sure that we've closed the gaps on the design guidelines that he needs to add images to and flesh out as an architect. But if we want to, I mean, I think
I'm fine with leaving this bubble here. I think the thing that I want to make sure of is that we go through the edits, and if we can agree on them, we just put it in there and get rid of it. So I'm for moving on to the next one, I think, because we're starting to get into the purple where we've got stuff that Nick worked on. So I'm trying to understand, I don't know what a string course is.
I'd like to have Michael look at it. I mean, that was some language that, and a lot of this is language that came from the design review committee, but I believe it's a protruding architectural element that kind of defines a section.
Well, my concern is Michael's going to look at a lot of this stuff and say, okay, they have that in the document, so I don't want to remove it because they decided this was a good thing. And I don't know if this is a good thing or not, just because I don't know what constraints that puts on. Decorative horizontal band on the exterior of a building. Okay. So it's that tiny little band underneath the window. And then it says we need one of those if we don't have a parapet. No, that one has a parapet and it still has a string course. So I don't know how that affects the way you design buildings. I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, can we
Oh,
leave
a
it in
parapet
purple?
without
I
a
mean,
cornice. Okay, it's even worse than that. It's even more complicated. I mean, my problem is when I look at language like this, I don't understand what it's supposed to make the building look like and how that reflects different types of architecture. And so that's why I don't know if I like it or I don't know if I don't like it. And so without some idea of, every constraint excludes something and makes something else easier to do. And I don't know what the trade-offs on something like that is. So maybe we could have put in a comment on that one saying, Michael, please comment on this.
John, do you want to comment as someone who does this?
I can just hear Michael saying it's too prescriptive. And it's it is
How
it's a
much
very
expense does this add to the project? Like how
oh
bad is this from the building perspective?
I've always said that they don't really care what it looks like, what you want it to look like, as long as they think it'll be it won't affect the sale, essentially, which is what would be the term.
I mean, the way
But and and honestly, the cost between this finish or that finish, or when they say genuine materials, I read that as so you don't want vinyl siding. Cool, great. We want a vinyl siding. It's really just that it's a lot to weed through, and that adds. It's really and how many are you coming up with a document where you can go through it and you can bring something that everyone would agree is like 98% there. And I'm sorry, I keep going through this thing. I think, wow.
So the way we got
hard.
here was the town wanted I mean, when we were getting our way through 3A, the push was suddenly kind of out of nowhere for form-based code, which was, you know, here, this is what we will allow, who will bid to build this. And so this ended up being sort of a hybrid of you know, sort of what I think Michael and I Ching and architects that we spoke with would prefer, which is some very loose guidelines and the ability to adapt the building to the space, and the drive from the town to preserve a very, very, very specific look for Winchester, which comes closer to form-based code, which we don't have honestly the money or the time for. So the specific details, I think from the perspective of the folks who guard design in town is the 98% there. You know, I think they feel like if there's a parapet without a cornice, it should have a string course to define the eave. You know, I think that would be visually a big difference. The design folks. So if it's not a showstopper, if it's just an annoyance from the project perspective, that might be an okay middle ground. But if it's sort of like that adds, you know, you know,
No,
that stop it then.
it's not a showstopper, and you know, no, go ahead. You know,
I see what you're saying. I mean, I clearly see what you're saying. This is a lot of detail, but it's an effort to create a backdoor form-based code so that the town stays very consistent. And I don't know what consistent is. We have 5 different architectural styles in the CBD, but
There was a lot in the recommendations that I did not use just because it just seemed I didn't understand it.
it's too particular. You feel like this
And
is
it just seemed too particular, but mostly I didn't understand it well enough. I mean, this seems so I haven't added that much. I've added less than maybe what people that are concerned about this stuff would have liked to have seen.
I appreciate that, Nick. I could tell that, you know, you were, you know,
And
holding back
there was
a
another
way.
instance where I left I tried to have a sentence that left it ultimately to the discretion of the planning board to include, say, additional materials at their discretion, based on one of the other comments that either Brian or someone else had made.
Yeah.
So my what I don't understand about this is I don't know how much, you know, are we picking, I don't want to call them random, but are we picking phrases from, you know, Maura's document and putting them in here? Do they work in context with everything else? Just, you know, if we're just putting it in here because we want to make sure that, you know, the design community is happy with whatever's in here, but I don't know that this is the best way to do that.
But that's why we put Nick on this task, because Nick does, you know, sort of have that aesthetic affinity, and he sort of is able to look at it and say, that building would look better if it was made this way. I understand that some people on the board, this is not their thing. And this is like, I'm middle ground on it. I like the results. I don't know how we got here. So
I just don't know. I don't
I'm
know what to make of this sentence. That's my problem. I just don't know, you know, you know, I just, maybe we should, you know, take a look at the other editions and see if they have the same sort of flavor. I just,
it's just everything that most of them are looking to cap things, put a line around the window so it's not a flat top of a building without a level of detail that sort of draws your eye to the finer points of the building facade.
When I read it, I don't know, I get it. Cornices are, anyway, you know, it's had a lot of that recent bunch last 10 years. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I think I can understand it. And it's a, you know, I understand, and I understand. Yeah, it definitely would dress it up. I don't want it to be too, you know, plain. You know, I say it.
Yeah, I mean, we don't want it to look like Walmart moved in on Main Street. We want it to look like, you know, the CBD extended. We want people
You
to
know,
walk.
yes,
So this is,
yeah, I get it.
this is why you two are guiding us here, because Nick has sort of like, this would be lovely, and John is saying this would not be an obstacle. So if we can get you two to agree, we're moving forward.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not, things like high quality roofing materials on number 2. It's high quality roofing materials. I look at it, you know, my first thought was, what are you afraid of? Do you
Okay,
want to
so
say, do you
where
want
is
to
that?
see copper with a
Where's that?
standing?
Where's that located?
Next paragraph, number
Number
2.
two. Do you have suggested alternative language there?
I guess I'd have to know what it is you're afraid of. What is it they're concerned with? They think they're going to have rolled
what's a
roofing?
rolled roofing? But that would be on a flat
Oh,
roof.
high quality. Oh, I see. Yeah,
Well,
that
you
was.
can put rolled roofing on whatever you like.
Yeah, actually, I have seen a mansard roof with rolled roofing, and it looks horrible.
Oh, I'm absolutely no question.
It's
but
it's down where I work. Yeah.
right, but it's, you know, what is it that we're obviously there's a concern. There was an idea of something that would be unappealing, undesired. You know, I wouldn't want to have that. So what is it? You know, it's high quality, low quality. It's kind of subjective. I mean, asphalt shingles, they make very high, expensive asphalt shingles, but they're not appropriate everywhere. I understand
And
that.
they also make really cheap asphalt shingles too. So
Absolutely,
yeah.
yeah. But visually, you can't tell the difference sometimes. You know,
Yeah.
there every roofing company has got about, honest to God, like 8 or 9 shingles that are some form of black, and they have all different names. Mar black, this black, and I always say once it's on the roof, you can't really tell. Spend a lot of time picking it out of the car.
So I think we kind of agreed that we don't want roll roofing on a mansard because that looks horrible.
Right.
So is it the visual distinction we're looking at?
I assume
So
this
when,
is what this is all about, right?
right. So if we move the high quality from the roofing material to the visual impact.
I mean, you know, green roofs, no one's going to pick that. You know, green roofs are difficult. Everyone, it's great if you're on the street looking at it. If you own it or built it, you're really worried about leaking. uh, all kinds of issues kind of come up. I looked at it. I said, high quality. What do they want? Standing seam copper.
But that was the opportunity to suggest alternative language.
Yeah, I don't know what. So the question is, what's everyone afraid of?
Well, instead of can we reorient the question towards what people would like to see? So we would say that, you know, we would like to see I don't know, what would we like to see? I don't know the right words for this. We want to see something that looks like a traditional roof, which would, I mean, there are zillions of traditional roofs, but that would rule out, you know, rolled roofing on a mansard. But it would allow us to put in, you know, metal roof, shingles.
I mean, I think everything that you've done so far has kind of protected you. You know, that low roof. You know, low roofs frequently. You know, what is this going to be? Is this going to be a roof that covers an entryway? Is that a low roof? In which case, it's often very steep. Kind of the way we've laid this neighborhood out. You know, we'll have like a 12 feet from the street. We have this sidewalk. So the building is going to start right away. You know, at 12 feet, you're not going to have you're going to have a steep pitch, which means I don't know. I looked at it. I don't know what it means. I'm not thinking of it as coming up as like a big issue on approval because I don't think the applicant's gonna come up with rolled roofing. I think they're gonna want to make it look good. And,
So
you know,
here's the,
or, you know,
maybe what we can do is add some notes in the text to say, Michael, we want to ensure that we have aesthetically pleasing roofing. Can you provide the language here which supports that?
Yeah, I would support that. That
Sure.
would be helpful, because if we could
Yeah.
type that in.
He's used to, writing stuff. Maybe he can come
Yeah,
up
I
with better
mean,
language.
that's what makes it so difficult, is that someone like Michael would be able to articulate what we're trying to visualize and can't come up with the words for.
because he does this.
Yeah.
You know, he's
So
sort
like
of the
the-
expert at creating that.
So that I would go back to the parapets without a corner shall include a string to define the eave and distinguish the building top from the middle. I would say maybe what we ask Michael to do, what we want is for there to be a definition between top and middle.
Maybe we could just have him reword it have him reword it if there are problems with it in his mind. I mean, I don't want to get rid of it because someone put thought into it, and it does.
No, I agree.
John said it adds a little bit of, I'm not sure what the exact words were, but you don't want to just have some plain building.
Yeah,
But
you want to
maybe
I get it.
Maybe you can say that without being prescriptive about parcels without cornices. Maybe there's some language Michael can put up which says you need to be able to distinguish the building top from the middle, and you have to be able to do so. Don't tell them how to do it. Tell them what the end result should be, which is distinguish
these. I
these.
think adding cornice, string course, and eave, I think kind of creates a
But what if you could come up with another way of doing it, which is just as visually attractive, but doesn't use cornices or whatever we're supposed to add there, a string course. The key thing is we want to be able to see these. I mean, getting back to paraphrasing what John's saying, what are you afraid of? Flipping that around and saying, what we really want here is, do your best. We want you to distinguish this visual aspect of the building. How you go about and do that, you have the freedom to do that, but you have to achieve this result. Because what if you have a brilliant architect who can achieve that result without using cornices and all the other stuff?
Yeah, but I think part of the intent was to have a cornice.
Well, that's
Yeah,
the
they want the
intent
cornice.
but that's the intent of the person writing this, which I understand coming from having seen the great detail they went into. This is the way they approached it. But I'm not comfortable with a very prescriptive approach. What I would like to have is something in here which addresses the visual appearance we're going for in terms of this. There's an underlying need. Why do you want to put a cornice, etc., in there? You want to do it because you want to distinguish the different sections of the building, right?
Or that you want to have a cornice. That's the important. Maybe you don't. Maybe you could do it without a cornice.
There's some prescription. I mean, there's not. I don't think we've included all the prescription that was included in the initial suggestion. I mean, there's some prescription, but I don't think it's that much.
I understand that you took a subset of what was in the original, but from my perspective, I would rather point out, here are the things that we wish you to visually separate or provide, and not tell you exactly how to do it. Because I think that allows the architect to do things you know, because again, maybe you can do it without a cornice. I don't know, but I don't want to force people to put a cornice in if they can do it another way and still achieve the look we're going for. I mean, if every single building along the way had a cornice, I would not be happy with that, because I think that's not reflective of the underlying architecture that we have. We have so, I mean, we do have a zillion different styles. Not all of them have cornices. So, you know,
A lot of them don't have cornices.
so you know, coming up with the language which says, here's how we want things to look, and not how, we're not going to tell you exactly how to do it.
It does give you the option to be without a cornice.
Well, then you got to put a string course in.
Right.
And again, those are two different, those are, you know, two techniques out of, I don't know, 1 million, 20, 30, I don't know. I mean, that's my problem is I don't know if there's another way of addressing this issue that we're precluding by making it too prescriptive.
I don't think there are that many instances where we're being overly prescriptive in this document.
The design, I mean, the design pieces are going to be are going to feel over prescriptive because we're asking for certain design elements. And so we have asked Nick and John to sort of elucidate the design elements that retain the feel of the town. I don't think every building will have a cornice, but I also think we're sort of asking for a certain aesthetic. And
I mean, there
don't-
is wiggle room. I mean, they can probably get away with a lot even with this sentence. I mean, you can.
See, that's
I mean,
the,
you could probably almost ignore it by you know, kind of paying lip service to some of the things. But
I mean, this
it's
sentence
kind of
is
nice to have it
saying
in there.
distinguish the top from the middle of the building. Don't give us a flat facade. I think we just move on because we can't, we're bordering on philosophical. Like, what are we getting? Are we squelching creativity? Like, we really just have to decide, is this an obstacle and is this an aesthetic goal that we have as a town?
you when you say that stuff they can get away with, that, you know, you're starting from the perspective of, you know, they're going to try and take advantage. We're afraid. You know, with the stuff that we came up with, the way we want to articulate, we've done a lot.
I think this is, I mean, I think
I'm
move
not
on
ready
to
to get
other
rid of it. I'd
text.
like to at least have Michael take a look at it before we start getting rid of some
I-
of the, you know, the very few sentences that are prescriptive that are still in here.
Well, can we ask Michael to rephrase it without being prescriptive so that it addresses the underlying concern?
I
I
think
mean, to
he
be
knows that
honest,
task. I mean, I think that's sort of like, I think he understands that he is the architect who will digest this for us. We're pointing out that we would like the building to have a distinct middle and top. And so if this is ludicrous, I'm sure he will gently guide us in a direction.
I think that we do have to provide some direction to Michael and let him know. So for instance, if Michael goes through here and he sees the sentence, it's so specific about what is required to meet this condition that he may say, oh, it's very specific, therefore they want that in there. So I think
But he'll also be able to pull it apart and say it doesn't make sense if that's the case.
I don't think I'm willing into a crystal ball for what Michael's going to do with it. I think they put this sentence in. I don't have a huge problem with it. And we're on page 7 of 22 at 9:54 p.m. Can we please go to?
I have a huge problem with it. So that's my problem. I really think that if we elucidate the look we're going for without telling people how to get there, we will have a better document.
Yeah, but I think telling him, giving some very basic guidelines as to how to get there is a way of elucidating.
So the compromise I might suggest is we put a comment next to this line saying, please, you know, please choose language which gives us the look we want without being too prescriptive.
Great. Let's do it. What's next?
Oh, God. What did I write here? Yeah, okay, that's just the question. I don't know what occupiable space is. Because it's not as far as I know, it's not a legal definition.
Again, text that's not something that we need a sort of visual, like sort of thing to, we can edit.
Yeah, so we should just, if we're gonna say living space, then that's a specific definition that we can use. So,
It is occupiable space is not.
yeah, so we can either change it to
Not
living
code.
space.
Let's change it. That means
Yeah.
if that has a meaning and occupiable space doesn't, then this is a useless,
Does somebody have to live,
Great.
can it be an office that they come and go from?
That's, it would, their
Right,
definitions
that
for.
would not be living space, that would be office space, so maybe
Well,
we
no,
need
but
a broad.
it would still be, when they say living space or conditions, living space, definition of a room, there's a definition. Yeah, I need to have 7 feet of ceiling height. You need to have a certain glazing percentage, certain door sizes. I never heard occupied,
I mean,
it's
living
just that,
space is, yeah, sorry.
yeah, I think
Living space is
it's not
better
a good
than,
word. I would say living space, yeah.
great,
Living,
great. What's next? I think we have visuals about that.
We're simulating the diagram that is in central business district.
Yeah, it's just that a pitched roof has multiple distances to it, depending upon whether you measure to the bottom of the roof or the measure to the top of the roof. So
just like the CBD, you'll be 50% halfway up, and that has a
Yeah.
visual on it.
yeah,
Okay,
we have a
cool.
drawing for that.
Okay.
We had talked about at one of the meetings with Michael about how this 50 foot from the lot line for the extra story essentially meant on most lots, except for the largest ones, you couldn't actually do that third floor. And he even said, yeah, that was something he had highlighted. I can't remember what meeting, was it an in-person meeting maybe? It was something he knew that needed to be addressed, and I thought we were going to address it at that time, but it didn't make it into any of the drafts along the way.
Yeah, that would like preclude almost any development on the west side of Main Street, I bet.
Yeah. At the top story. The top story, essentially you would say one story, anything below the half story or whatever couldn't actually exist.
Yeah.
Above 3 stories in height, so that is nothing on the west side. Can anything on the west side be over 3 stories? Maybe
I
just
think in
West
West
1,
1.
which can't go backwards because it's on the water.
Yeah.
So we can just get rid of that. Or let's italicize it, because unless we think there's a different dimension, it's something he already knows we're addressing.
Yeah. He had talked about needing to address it when we spoke to him, and he even brought it up too. So it just needs to come
And you want to get
in
the
both
one
places,
in,
the one above too.
oh gosh, I don't want.
So it's just in
Okay.
all of them?
Yeah, it looks like it's similar everywhere. Yeah. Just make sure
We
that
made the
we
same
don't.
comment, you and me, Dia.
Yeah, I just keep, yeah. I should have just said what he said. Okay.
all of these have been redone. Michael has redone all of these. He's just waiting for us to deliver. None of the content has changed. They just look a little nicer.
Great.
Okay. Envelopes of structure should be physically durable.
Huh.
I think that's
Looks like there's a missing word there at the end.
Yeah, so physically durable are,
I don't think they should not be physically durable.
This is, you know, they don't want you to spray paint foam.
on the outside. Okay,
Yeah.
so this is, so we
Yeah,
don't
we all know
have,
what the, yeah,
Do we need to add material to the end of that?
Yeah, looks like it.
I would just say physically durable. Because what is a high quality material if it's not physically
Well,
durable?
let's skip down to materials and see what was dealt with there, because we end up being
Because I think,
covered in materials.
yeah, we're kind of getting back to John's question about how do you define what a high quality material is?
So genuine in their appearance and used to reinforce overall architectural goals. So so materials below are allowed, and use of other materials may be considered if they appear to be genuine allowable materials. Yeah, something like that works, I think.
I don't know what genuine material means.
No, do you
Genuine
see
in appearance.
you see Brian's edit to the right?
It's too tiny.
Basically, I was thinking we'd have a list of materials that are allowed, and then say the use of materials can only be allowed if they look like the ones that are allowed. I don't know. Genuine, we've been over this so many times, I don't know what to do.
Brian, I think that's just fine. You can say, list the materials, but then allow for, you know, progress in material choices, and say, you know, whatever it is, as long as it looks like, you know, one of the approved materials, go ahead. You know, because there will be advancements, there are always, you know, new things.
So I agree with that approach. I don't know what genuine allowable materials, again.
It's the
So
list.
if similar in visual aspect, is that what we mean by genuine?
I think what I intended, and genuine is just a terrible word, we should never use it ever again. I think what I meant is we can use the materials that are going to be specifically listed below, or consider other materials if they look like those materials and behave and act like those materials that we list below.
We're mostly talking about the appearance, you know.
Yeah.
I kind of might not include behave. I mean, in
That's
that
probably, I'm 10 at 10 o'clock, I'm tired. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, so why don't we do this? What if we remove the genuine in their appearance from the first line? Shall be durable and used to reinforce overall architectural goals, etc. And then after that sentence, we put in another sentence saying materials, or maybe where do we put in Brian's sentence? Does it come in right at the end, right after that paragraph? Because it also says the following materials are allowed. That I think it looks like Nick put in.
I think it could just
should come in
durable and used to reinforce the overall goals.
Yeah.
Utilized in a manner, because then we list the quality of materials and their detailing shall be highest at the ground level. The use of I mean, then we sort of list what's allowed where.
Yeah, so I would suggest
down below, in the following materials are allowed, other materials may be considered on approval if they look like the materials.
If they have the same visual appearance of allowed materials.
Yeah, in that parentheses in there. Yeah, totally. Yeah.
If may be considered. Okay, we don't have, I mean.
The planning board can always get input from design review committee. I don't think we need to state it.
Yeah, we don't need to stay that, but we should remove after input from design review and put in if they have the same visual shoot character. Yes, thank you. Period. I don't think we have to say anything more than that. Okay, so what do we got? Wall cladding.
It
Yeah,
would
that
be
looks,
nice to get their input, but
we're always going to get their input. It's part of the standard process. I mean, it's baked in here in another part of it, I think.
Yeah, we are always able, and they will always be part of the process.
Yeah.
It's in the bylaw.
Yeah. So
Bylaw.
we're good. For some reason, the bubble is, thank you. Wall cladding, wood, natural cast stone, brick, cement-based stucco, terracotta tiles. What about hardy plank or whatever it's called?
that's something that looks like something that has the same visual character that may be approved.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like wood. When you say
But
wood,
we don't have to state that.
I would add when you say wood, you mean clapboards or shingles? You know, shake
Any
shingles
kind of
or
wood. I mean, that's what they were suggesting.
all right.
So I would say shingles or clapboards. Because wood is, there are some pretty bizarre looking outside wall claddings made of wood I've seen. I call them drunken clapboard because they kind of are very random. There's not a straight line in the bunch. But I would,
Parentheses next to wood should say shingles or clapboard.
Maybe elaborate. Yeah, parenthetically.
Yeah.
so yeah, wooden
Shingles
shingles or clapboard or hardy
parenthetically
board.
after wood.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hardy Plank is a brand. It's
So
Right.
cementatious
Yeah,
Yeah,
clapboard.
I don't know that we want to. I mean, we can consider. Well, it's baked in the first sentence where it has the same visual character as the
Okay. So
wood.
we're going to change wood to clapboard and shingles.
No, we're gonna just add parenthetically clapboard after wood, clapboard, and
okay, gotcha. Yep. What other kind of stucco is there other than cement? Mud? Plaster. Can you do plaster or stucco on the outside?
You wouldn't do plaster.
Yeah, what did the Tudors do?
Well, hopefully
That was
things.
I don't know. That's
Actually, it's a good question.
it may not be a pertinent question, but
wait, I would just say I would just
I'll put
have
it in
I would
parentheses.
just have wood and then open parentheses
whatever the Tudors
clapboard,
used.
comma shingles.
Yeah.
And get rid of the word parenthetically.
Right.
What about aluminum?
Are
You don't really see much aluminum
yeah. So
anymore.
yeah, aluminum is it's certainly not durable in the sense that you'd look at it and it dents.
Well, you know, it's on the second floor.
The birds will fly into it.
No, but I mean,
Yeah, no.
I'm familiar with an 80-year-old aluminum house that doing great.
Well, yeah,
But
I mean
take the point, you know. They all have their negative side, you know.
So I have seen some really base below first story. I have seen some really interesting stuff where they actually have it almost looks like quarter inch plywood, but it seems to be made of some sort of a cementatious thing, and it goes up in big panels. I have no idea what it looks like, but it looks really interesting. So that might
Fiber
not go into
cement.
the. Yeah, I mean it's been. I've seen a couple of buildings around where I work down near Harvard Square, and it fits in real. You know, they've redone a bunch of buildings, and it has sort of this timeless look to it, even though it's in these panels. So
Yeah, it's
um,
it's a very cost-effective way to achieve that.
yeah. So I don't know if we want to put that in there as well.
Well,
Panels.
we have fiber cement. There it is. You know,
We have cement-based stucco. Where do we see fiber cement?
I think it's the last item. Are we on the same?
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
I'm on.
sorry. We're.
Oh, I'm
I don't
sorry.
know
I'm on the.
where we are.
I'm on the
Base,
below the
base
first
below
story
first
level.
story.
Yeah, but base below first story is like, okay, I guess it works. I've seen them underneath windows that go up, sort of like bay
Sure.
windows that go up the side of the house. But let's see, roof shingles, slate or asphalt. Are we done? Are we at roof shingles yet? How about metal?
Well, this category only covers shingles. So metal roofs with that standing seam that you're familiar with.
Yeah.
I mean, that's of course not a shingle. More be roofs as a general topic.
Do we want to expand this to include that?
You're ought to offer it as a choice. I mean, sure.
I mean, if as a builder coming into this, would you look at this and say, "Oh, I can't put in a standing seam," or would you
No,
say,
people always. I look at this and yeah, they're gonna love. I would look at it and say they will love a copper standing seam roof. This is the kind of building we're going for here. No
Does
one,
this?
no one ever
I have a
says
question.
no.
I have a question for
okay,
John. Does any of this preclude a rubber roof on a flat roof? I mean,
Well, you don't really talk about it. I mean, it's as
I
if
mean,
when you say it's. I was thinking about that. It's sort of left unaddressed because this is really about design,
right.
and
So,
you can't see it. So
right.
I mean,
I mean, isn't that what flat roofs are made of?
yeah, they're well usually rubber. Um, rubber. And then
But I don't know. I don't know that you would necessarily say it. I just wanted to.
No, I mean the flat roof is always going to be rubber, and
Right.
depending
Right.
on situation, what you think you need to do to protect the rubber from
Right.
whatever the operational sort of environment's going to be here. You know. Um,
so lintels, so I guess we're okay on roof shingles because unless you can come up with a third way of putting a shingle on there, slate, asphalt, or wood. There are some buildings with wooden shingles on them, but I doubt they get built much.
oh, they're
Um,
they're kind of nice. I do see them. You see them on
so
very expensive houses. Very
so why
expensive.
do we want to add wood to roof shingles?
Sure.
Or wood.
Yeah. I mean, you can do it.
I notice we don't say anything about gutters here.
And we just,
There's, let's not.
it's not. I mean, you're going to have gutters because you're going to be concerned about the roof water. Naturally, of course, you have to be, particularly since these are commercial things.
So a lintel is what part? Is that underneath or above the windows?
Of
Above, okay. Trim or surround? Wood, composite wood, cast stone. What is the difference? What's a surround versus a trim?
Okay.
it's I would say trim surround. You know.
Okay. Entry doors. I think that covers just about every type of entry door, except for one made out of cardboard.
Yeah.
Garage doors, steel, wood, fiberglass, composite wood. That pretty much covers everything. Wood-clad aluminum, that's interesting.
I've never seen that in a garage door, but it's a
That's
window.
interesting.
It's done frequently for windows.
Oh, does that preclude putting a window in a garage door? Probably not.
No.
Window frames, wood, fiberglass, steel.
Sure.
It covers it. So we're excluding vinyl, I guess is the key thing.
I'm not sure why, but why? Oh, I don't know. Window frames, should we,
Well, we do have that first sentence that allows other materials to be considered.
wood, fiberglass, steel, aluminum? I mean, very nice, sometimes very nice windows are clad in aluminum.
Well, what if
They're
we
wood
remove the
windows,
word?
but they're clad in
Yeah.
aluminum. Very nice window.
So why don't we change the word steel to metal?
Sure.
That'll, you
Yeah,
can
that'll
put
get you, that'll get you
your
there.
palladium windows in there. I have no idea if you can make a window out of palladium. 4x4 foot mock-up of proposed wall.
Yeah,
cladding
and
window
initially
material.
that was
I like
written as a 4x4 foot mock-up is required, and I wasn't sure. I thought that the planning board in its discretion may request.
Yeah, I think that's great because I could imagine for some of the smaller projects there wouldn't be much of a point if you're just putting in a, yeah. So I like that one.
That's in the bylaw.
Oh, okay, it is.
Yep.
Okay, so
Okay.
These are
does
very,
that should
just gives the neighborhood a heads up.
yeah. So do we? Is your suggestion, Taylor, that we just leave it out of here because it's in the bylaw?
Not making a suggestion, just letting you know.
Okay.
I mean, it does help to have a heads up of this.
Yeah, no,
Sure.
I just, there's a war between redundancy and
If
repeat
it's in the,
so that
if it's
people
in the
notice it.
bylaw, we should either
Right.
strike it here or the language should be the same.
Yeah, let's why don't we just make sure the language is the same? But on the other hand, since this can get changed and the bylaw
It's in the
can't
bylaw,
without
right?
much more, maybe we should just leave it to the bylaw.
Yep.
So I guess we're coming to a consensus that we delete it from here.
Yeah.
Security grills. Okay, I like the addition on this one. Because sometimes security grills look really nice. Like I think there's some on the Brown and Stanton building
Yeah,
downtown.
that's what I looked at the comment and added that.
Yeah, that one, those look nice. Okay, how do you define ground floor windows? Oh, that's a good question. What's a ground floor window? Well,
John,
it
does
wouldn't be.
ground floor window make sense to you?
Excuse me?
Does ground floor window make sense to you as a developer?
You talking about the first floor?
It says for ground floor windows and
No,
storefronts
no.
facing public ways.
So is that, what's what's not disputable is whether it's the first floor. The ground floor, if it's
So the rest of the sentence is shutters and security grills are prohibited.
yeah.
So first floor would make sense for that then.
Yeah.
Basement?
Well, what if the window is like, what if it's more than, so a basement has to have more than 50% above grade.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, it does, but that doesn't mean you couldn't have one wall that had a significant window, and the other three walls of this basement, you know,
Yeah.
where completely you could have, a slope lot. It often happens,
So,
but that wouldn't be, I wouldn't consider that, to be the ground floor, but you could make the argument. If that,
I guess my question is, we say for ground floor windows, shutters and security grills are prohibited. Do we mean all windows on the entire structure, or are we distinguishing the ground floor from some other floor? Because if we mean all windows, just say all windows and storefronts.
No, we don't mean all windows. The goal for the MSMD is to have transparency on the first floor, so that we're engaging with the streetscape. We don't mean no shutters. We don't mean, I mean, security grills. I don't know who would go in that direction, but we're not, the goal is to make sure that the ground floor is interacting with the streetscape.
So
so,
I was thinking about the security grills in particular, but you're right. The rest of those things make sense. That's
so,
more. My question was about the ground floor as far as the security grills, where you see them on basements a lot, but you wouldn't want them on the ground floor facing the street. You don't want it to look like I don't know. You want it to look nice, but a basement window, I don't know that would look bad.
so what if we were to rephrase this in saying that at the discretion of the planning board, security grills are allowed only on basement or on levels which are
why don't you take,
partially above grade?
maybe we say it's,
Why don't we just ask Michael if there's a better word for ground floor?
Yeah, because security grills, I think, are typically, you see them in cities where there's the potential of break-ins, and it's always like putting excessive fencing. It's typically not a style that Winchester sees a lot of, and probably wouldn't want to see a lot of.
you could just measure it from the, the adjacent grade, from, they're prohibited, 8
So,
feet from grade on the first 8 feet.
yeah. So why don't one compromise here would be to say, we only want, and we'll let Michael finesse the language, we only want security grills to be on windows that are on basements or are not full height windows at grade. And then Michael can figure out how to say that, because that's what we really want.
I think we want to discourage them. I thought
Yeah,
that's what
but
we want, and except it may be allowed by the planning board.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying is we say you can't have them anywhere except maybe on the ground floor or maybe on the basement windows or short windows that are at grade.
That's what we're saying. I mean, we're saying except as may be allowed. I mean, we're basically saying security grills are prohibited, except. I mean, the goal is to minimize them.
Right. So saying security grills are prohibited. See, because what this language doesn't say is it doesn't say, I think, Brian, you pointed out, this doesn't say you can't have a security window on the second floor. Or it doesn't, you can't have a security grill on the second floor. This, you could, according to this language, put a security grill on the second floor.
I mean,
Yep.
So being specific and saying security grills are prohibited everywhere except on basement windows or windows at ground level, which I'm still thinking that, we have cellars. Like if you look at the Brown and Stanton building, those windows that have the grills on them are not basement windows. Those are definitely cellar windows because they're they're only like a couple of feet tall. So those have to be cellars. So maybe we say basement or cellars at the discretion of the planning board.
I think we already have discretion.
Yeah, I think this does that already.
I agree. I'm just rephrasing the whole thing. That's all.
Yeah, but I mean, I mean, no one's gonna,
Because we haven't defined ground floor. We're all sitting this because we want to say only on basements and cellar windows.
I feel
So just
crystal.
why
remove
don't we
ground
say,
floor
why don't
and
we
just
just
say
say, why don't we
windows.
just get rid of ground floor? Why don't we just say that?
Oh,
Just
because
say
we're
for
at the
windows
front,
and,
the windows and
Okay.
not the streetscape. Let's just ask Michael for a better phrase for ground floor. I don't know if
yeah, I mean, ask him if we can get rid of ground floor, just get rid of it.
I hear it as the floor next to the ground. That could be the basement, that could be the first floor.
Right.
Sounds good.
Okay, get rid of ground floor. And then 10 years from now, someone will read this and say, oh, you can put one on the second floor. Just get the discretion of the planning board.
If Winchester gets to a point where someone feels like they need to install a security grill on the second floor of their building, I support them doing it.
Well, some of them are ornamental and they're quite nice. So it doesn't
All I'm
matter what.
saying.
Yeah, I guess ornamental is not security.
Discretion of the board, you can lock your place up.
Okay. Such windows shall constitute no less than 55% of the width of the side. I don't know what that means.
The illustration below should be helpful.
Yeah, so we're saying that
Oh, we're saying that you don't want to have a lot of kind of like these
dead
tiny
space.
windows set in,
Yeah. Okay. So
too much wood or.
So why don't we change this word side to the width of the side of the bay window? So we know which side we're talking about.
Okay. I guess.
I
Yeah.
just don't know whether it's the side of the side of the wall.
Oh,
Just
right.
be clear of the bay window.
Yeah, yeah.
Finished at the top with a cornice. I guess bay shall stop below the building cornice or eave. Ooh. So the only reason I say ooh on that one is it is a great place for pigeons to hang out if it doesn't go all the way to the top. I've seen a couple of buildings like that, and I was like, oh, I hope they put those pigeon nails or whatever they call them up there.
No, I don't think we need a pigeon contingency.
I don't know.
Yeah, what
I
if
mean,
you walk by one of those things and a pigeon is oriented the wrong way?
I think we're more likely to have a bird of prey up there.
I would hope so. The depth
yeah,
of each bay
generally
should be,
those are kind of cool to have in there.
yeah. Bays may extend it only for 12-foot minimum. The depth of each bay should be at least 18 inches. That seems reasonable. Multi-story bays. I guess that's what's shown in the diagram below. There's a multi-story bay that's continuous. So that works. Okay. Ah, the no limit.
Yeah, I still think that that's just problematic.
It's been removed.
Okay, perfect. Then
We're almost done. Please. Oh, no. Okay. Contextual to Winchester.
yeah, that's gotta go.
There's,
What does
I
that
don't know
even
what that, I would,
I don't think that's that limiting. I mean, I think anyone could
Yeah,
pick
it's not that limiting, and
building.
I think we should leave it.
It's not like we have two architectural types and we're turning it into small ranches.
But if it's not that limiting, why are we putting it in there at all?
Because it might help in terms
We
of,
want them to think about what's already here. I mean, I
right?
think contextual to Winchester got some of the cool elements of the original design of 10 Converse, and it really made me appreciate the fact that they looked around the town and tried. I mean, the project was a catastrophe, but
Okay. I mean, just
the reference to the Arc of the Dam and the, I don't think it's a bad phrase. I think it's the least limiting phrase you could put in there.
okay.
It's
I
not.
don't think it's real limiting. I mean, you know.
I agree. I just don't know if it's for, okay, so I'm coming at this from sort of a technical writing standpoint, and that what purpose is it serving? Is it, if it's language which is meaningless, then we should remove it. If it's
The
has
house
a,
on Church Street
And
that
well,
is not contextual to Church Street really anchored people.
I
The
mean, I
really
just,
cool Seattle house on Church Street.
do we want to,
You
I
mean
don't know. It just,
on the corner of Fletcher?
Yeah, is that the one? The short gray, very modern would be awesome in many neighborhoods, but it's way out of context for that street.
I really like that one.
I like the
Or
house.
I think it's fine where it is, considering what was there before, which was,
Well, because it is there, that building could now be on Main Street and it would be contextual to Winchester. So I don't think it's that.
That's the problem with the word contextual to Winchester. You could pick any house in Winchester and say, I want this building to look like that house over there. And
no, but I
think
think I mean, as Terry had
it's
mentioned,
it's harmless, but it's,
I think it's an
again,
opportunity to ask how it fits into the landscape of Winchester, and I don't.
yeah, I think you need to ask how it fits into the landscape. I agree. I think we should.
When the cooperative bank was built, do you think that was within
that
the
was,
fenestration
yeah,
typology of
Which
Winchester?
bank? Winchester Savings Bank? Which one?
the Art Deco
co-op.
one.
The Winchester
Yeah.
Savings Bank, the one where they,
Yeah, that is not contextual to Winchester at all.
The co-op is Art Deco. It's cool.
Yeah. But that you couldn't build that now if we say contextual to Winchester, because we have no other Art Deco buildings in town that I know of.
But that is a Winchester building, so now
you know why we don't have them? They were torn down.
Really?
Well, yeah.
That's sad.
The
It's one
other
of my
bank,
favorite periods.
Winchester, I agree. Winchester Savings had a beautiful theater on it, and that was very controversial.
So, at this point, the language is meaningless. From an editing perspective, my editing person inside of my head says if it's meaningless, remove it. If but I don't really care at this point because it's just.
This is also fenestrations. This is not total buildings.
I agree with but I also, I agree it's meaningless. So in my opinion, so therefore we can keep it or leave it. And either way, it does nothing in my mind.
I like it. I like it because I think that it gives us a pause to think about what's here. And
so could I just give the perspective of someone who can be planning a building? I look at that and I think I'm going to try to make sure when I make the presentation, I can legitimately make the argument that I've considered this phrase, that it fits into the context of Winchester.
I think that's important.
Yeah, I think that's going to help your process getting through Winchester.
I would think you guys wanted it, and this is how I've tried to address it. I can, I know I'd be looking at that.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just don't know, from my perspective, it's sort of like, well, I could have this really nice, classically, something timeless design that's not contextual to Winchester, and therefore it can't be built. So that's why, all of these things we want good design. I mean, that's the fundamental thing we're looking for is really good design. And so I don't know how this phrase gets us to good design.
Do you think we
So
currently have good design in Winchester?
I
Not
think there are
everything.
some places which have good, what we want is good design, regardless of where we copy it
Well, we
from.
want design that also enhances what we already have.
Yes. So it enhances what we have. It's good design, it, but that's why when I see contextual to Winchester, I'm like, that doesn't help me.
But
What
you're
we
not
really
building
want,
buildings and John is, and he feels like it does help him. And I think that is an important perspective.
I mean, you know, and what is Winchester?
As the planning board, we're gonna get it. Someone's gonna say, this echoes the look of whatever building it's adjacent to. And we're gonna be like, great, cohesion, we're happy, move forward. And it doesn't sound like it's gonna be an obstacle. It's just gonna be a moment where the developer says, all right, what's this town kind of going after?
yeah, but
I don't think that's bad.
I mean, that's not, I really worry that we're just going to say, okay, we want everything to look like, I, you know, I think that it doesn't say what we want it to say. I think what we want it to say is we want to have really good design. A contextual to Winchester could be, I'm going to make it look like the Midas Mufflers, or I'm going to make it look like the, you know, the Burger King, or I'm going to make it look, I mean, that's the problem with contextual to Winchester. It doesn't say what we want.
Well, I think the previous
Yeah,
pages
but
we've been over have been, you know, explained a lot about what we want, you know.
Okay. I mean,
I think if we get too wrapped up in what we want, we're going to open up another can of worms in terms of
Yeah,
what do we want.
I don't think
I
it
mean,
blocks what we want.
Okay.
I
I'm
mean,
not
you look
gonna,
at the
well, we can move on. I'm just, you know, this is one of these things. Okay. So I think the long paragraph is very prescriptive.
yeah.
I'm just saying, you know, I have seen some, oh, these are sills and lintels. Okay. Sills and lintels.
Well,
Metal? Should metal be in there?
Now it's a sill.
so
I mean, I'm thinking of these old, I'm sorry, when I think of metal windows and such, I go back to Europe where they seem to do only metal windows in some of these buildings. And I think the sill is part of the frame, so it's metal as well.
well, I think the windows I think of the sort of the metal window is inserted into a trimmed out frame, including the sill. I mean, you know, but that's actually what all windows, you know, many windows do not come with the sill as a component of the window. Well, you know, they have, if you're going to have brick, they want a certain kind of window. If you're going to have stone. So I think our cooperative savings bank is straight out when you look at this. Uh,
I mean, I think that we've said that we want, you know, good looking materials, and that I don't think we need this paragraph.
The big paragraph?
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
just put
that's,
a question mark, is this covered in the materials section?
yep.
Yeah, I think it's covered in the material section. I guess this gets at the pairing of materials, which is, again, I think we should allow some fluidity in.
Very, very, very prescriptive.
Yeah, I mean, I
Very.
think that we're asking people to make things look nice. We should let them have the opportunity to have some flexibility on how to do that. So I would excise this paragraph.
Uh,
I agree.
we want to have fill.
Excuse me?
Yeah,
We'd like to have fill.
yeah. So that's the first line. All windows or window grouping shall include a sill. So that's in there.
Right.
What this thing says is, if you have this type of a facade or window, you must have this type of sill. And I think it's that pairing which is really prescriptive, because it does prevent you from using, you know, some mixture of materials that isn't in here, which could work.
Let's just leave the note, is it covered in the material section? We're saving space for a sill, and let's move on.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe have
We'll
Michael
revisit this.
look at
Yeah.
it, revisit it. Okay.
Lintel shall extend beyond the window width. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I think that's depends on the design of the building. Gang
I
window
mean,
shall
just to have it just be a line at the top of the window and stopping right at the edge of the window doesn't. I don't think it does anything. It doesn't even look like a lintel in that case.
You know, I'm trying to think of when you go back and look at some of the old mill buildings, do they stop at the edge? No, because they're actually used to hold up the wall above it, right?
Yeah, they're holding up the
They're like
wall.
I mean,
headers.
exactly. The
Yeah,
lintel is
if you Google pictures of
it's
lintels,
it's a decorative expression of structural requirement. You know, and it's usually typically now you just see it applied. You know, so they look odd. They don't extend past the window. Your eye, it just catches your eye. They should.
Yeah.
If it was a brick building, there'd be a piece of angle iron that you can't see that would be supporting
Yeah.
the bricks above the window, and it would rest on the neighboring bricks.
Yep.
Um,
I guess it's, you
and
know,
then you
I'm just,
might.
yeah. Do you have a lintel on a window with a sort of a half circle on top of a rectangle? Is there a lintel associated with that?
It can be. I mean, it's purely decorative. You know, this from a building perspective, you make yourself a square and then you fill it in so you get the radius. You know, and install
Yeah.
the window. But if you want to apply trim, you know, maybe because you wanted to coordinate with other windows, or coordinate with the trim details on the building. You know,
Well, this doesn't,
it is a
yeah.
challenge when you do that because you have doors and windows that are square and then you have this round one. You want to
But
coordinate.
I mean, I guess the key here is it doesn't say that you must have a lintel. I think
No,
that
it
just
doesn't.
It doesn't. So if you took a rectangular window and you put a nice little curved or a half circle on top of that, or a half moon or whatever you call it, it would be perfectly fine because you wouldn't have to put a lintel. I was just thinking
No,
putting a lintel
exactly.
on that would look funny. Yeah.
Yeah, it says
Okay.
if you're going to have a lintel, if there's to be a lintel, but above it, they prescribe a lintel. Actually, they
Okay.
don't quite. Yeah, they will stone. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I guess they don't.
So I
I mean,
think,
typically not a feature you see like on the rear of the building.
yeah.
Usually a decorative.
So are we okay? I'm assuming it sounds like nobody was really worried about lintels, ganged windows. I think this is our anti-ribbon windows statement, which I think is, I don't have a problem with that personally. Clear glass could imply that you put in those glass bricks, which are not transparent. It's clear. So I don't know if you know
Yeah,
which ones I'm
I'm
talking.
not a fan of the glass bricks, but
Yeah, so is that something, I mean, it sounds here like you could use a glass brick.
I think what you're concerned about. I mean,
but those aren't windows.
Eh,
that's clear glass. I mean,
not in this context. I don't know.
yeah,
I
don't know.
you could put up a piece of clear glass and then build a wall right behind it.
That's a good point.
If you wanted something you wanted to, if you think about that, the Winchester co-op,
So do we have anything in here about activating the street? Because if you put up a window and a wall right behind it, you're not activating the street, right? And that was part of our whole thing, was activating the street.
I mean, I don't think we did. I know we didn't, but I'm not sure you're going to have it's kind of much of a problem with that.
Well,
Having spent all the money for the window.
well, some people, they put the window in and then the next person they put a rack of some sort or shelving, and then they put something behind the shelving to keep things from falling out, and all of a sudden your window is the back of you see the board. So
yeah, no, I know, now you're.
So maybe we should think, I know that the
Start.
idea of activating the streetscape means there's transparency into the shop or whatever it is.
I guess, now you're kind of getting into arranging the furniture.
Yep. Oh, so what this doesn't do actually is it doesn't say you can't put a piece of it, so let's look back to what they put on the Starbucks downtown, where it was not, I mean, does tinted mean it's in the glass itself? Or does it imply that there, could I put a piece of plastic over the glass, which is clear? Does that count? Like,
Can we ask Michael to work on this one bullet here of saying, because we talked about activating the street, we've talked about whether it's glass, tint. I feel like this is something he could maybe
yeah,
reword this for us, because I agree with everything you just said.
yeah, I'm just, there's so many different ways you can make something transparent look not transparent. Like that contact paper or the contact, whatever they call them these days, that you can put over your bathroom window so it looks like it's frosted.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
I for one like glass bricks, glass blocks. So like I think it's just a matter of what we can get his help on this.
Yeah. Okay, then we got should lighting be as efficient as possible.
This was a repeat of I wasn't sure if this is where, because the other one was outdoor lighting and this is building lighting. I didn't know if where we wanted to put energy efficiency for the lighting in the design guidelines.
Well, I mean, this is outdoor lighting in the sense it's designed to shine upon the architectural features. So
True.
I think it still falls into that.
Oh,
So I think
okay.
we're okay here.
Okay. So we don't need that then. Perfect.
Yeah. Da, da, da. Okay. Da, da, da. Anything after this?
This is something I believe Carrie's working with Ken on.
Okay, that's cool.
Yep. That's fine. That can be fixed later if it's not. I think I was thinking parking was staying in the bylaw, not moving out to the design guidelines, but these are just rules and regulations for the section, so I'll take a second look at it later.
Ooh, good point. Parking canopy solar. So
Yeah, it's fine.
well, it doesn't say that. So if you have a huge parking lot, let's say, it doesn't say you have to put islands in there with trees in them, right?
We do have interior landscaping requirements.
yeah, there's
Oh, it does say that then?
a percentage, right? Something,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, we have.
Oh, that's what interior landscaping. Okay. The interior parking lot. What is an interior parking lot? Is that a phrase that people understand? I don't know what an interior parking lot is.
I don't know what it means either.
Interior landscaping. Where interior parking lot or interior landscaping?
Well,
Interior parking.
it's the same sentence.
Yeah, either of them is confusing because I'm thinking of it inside the building.
I don't think it's an interior parking lot. 2% of the interior of the parking lot area. 2% of the interior parking lot area shall
What
be
is it?
provided in
How
accordance.
about just 2% of the parking lot area?
But then they could add it
No,
on the
because then
edges.
yeah, it would be on the edges. Interior landscaping of at least 2% of
Oh, okay, yeah.
lot.
Um,
Oh, okay, it's not the edge.
So can we say of the interior of the parking lot?
I think it's correct. We could change it, but
I think the interior is I see it as an interior parking lot, i.e. it's inside of the building.
that's because you're dropping area. You just stopped a word too early.
Ah, yes, yeah.
Well, maybe we should put a comma or a semicolon or something there, because to me, I just say, yeah, I don't know where I should stop reading. Okay. And so why don't we just say landscaping of at least 2% of the interior of the parking lot area? So there's no interior
That makes
landscaping.
sense. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
just remove the leading interior. You'd see. Okay. And so the question is, so if they put in solar roofing, is your concern
So it was a
no
question
longer,
asked to us. Like if it's, because if the definition of open areas open to the sky, or if there's landscaping and it can't, just
oh, no.
if you're thinking of it from a sustainability perspective, how does the solar roof offset some of the interior requirements, that stuff?
So that's a good question.
Again, I
Maybe
can
we,
with Ken Pruitt and bring it back to you in January.
yeah. And maybe we defined, we changed the definition of an open area to include solar
I
panels.
think, doesn't Lynch have solar roof over, doesn't it have coverage over the parking lot?
It has a lot. Yep.
So I think we should just look at how they define,
Yeah, yeah.
we have precedent in town now.
So. So what is it that we just, oh, I actually put a comment there. Why do we not like grass or soil within a paver?
I didn't know why either. I agree. Unless there's a reason that somebody else has.
Wait, sorry, which one are we on? We're still on this one.
Yeah, yeah. Why this limitation? It's,
Oh,
I mean,
is it those pavers that are like waffles and the grass grows in between the concrete?
yeah, those, or they actually have these, I don't know if they still make them. They used to use them in other places. They're these plastic mesh systems that the grass grows through, and you park on them and you can't even tell that there's this mesh underneath
Oh,
them.
interesting. Huh.
But it supports the weight of the vehicle. It allows percolation and all the other good things. And it just looks like you're parking on grass. It's not great for your vehicle. It will rust out the bottom of your car, but don't ask me how I know that. But
that's interesting.
But it's, there are, I don't know where this phrase came from. That's all. It seems like those are pervious. So unless you're worried about, oil or other chemicals getting into the soil, that would be my concern. But then your parking lot is just sort of washing them into the sewer system, so, or to the stormwater system. So I don't know. Permeable paver cast. Yeah, these are all.
Oh, there's the grass down at the bottom.
There's the grass one down there. I mean, I think they look pretty cool.
Yeah, they're kind of cool.
So I would say we should allow them, because if it turns out to be a maintenance nightmare, they'll rip them out and put the asphalt down. So so I recommend we just remove that language.
Yes, I'd get rid of it.
Agreed.
Yeah, I'm with you on this one, Carrie. I think. Oh, these are parking setbacks. So this would be, you can't put your car next to the fence.
Well, setbacks and the number of parking spaces, both.
Relief from the number of required spaces may be granted by the planning board.
So but this one specifically says,
Parking setbacks. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
yeah, we can't. And so I guess the question is, so we have the parking setbacks to reduce the impact on the neighbors. So.
But you could
It's just
imagine
really.
two buildings side by side, and they both both on the street and they want to have their parking adjacent so they can have grass on. I don't know. Say no instance shall we allow relief. I mean, if they have a good reason for needing relief, we might consider it, right? I mean,
Yeah, it's pretty strong language.
Yeah, I don't see the need for that.
I mean, maybe we could say relief may be granted of,
Relief, instead of relief may also be granted, just get rid of also and get rid of in no instance.
Yeah, why
Last
tie your
sentence.
hands like that? You know.
so we could just add, so I guess the point of this paragraph is saying you can provide relief on these points. So if we agree that parking setbacks should be some relief, we can simply add it to the first sentence. Relief from the number of required spaces or parking setback may be granted, or and. If we say or, then they might think you get one or the other, but we might want to say both. So I would just change the first sentence to say relief from the number of required spaces and parking setbacks may be granted.
that makes sense.
Sorry, I lost you there. Relief from the number of required spaces.
Yep, and parking setback may be granted, and then just delete that. Yeah.
This part two.
Not leave that one. Just the one sentence starting if in no instance shall. Okay. And then the rest is cool.
And Carrie had a good point too, as far as may be granted by the planning board as incentive for inclusionary housing. I don't know how we put that, but I think that's something that we would consider. I mean,
Oh, so you added as an incentive.
We might not for set, I think it was just sort of like any flexibility we can give would be helpful. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to make it contingent on one thing or another. I mean,
So just remove that phrase that's after the word the use. Oh, or if it is in the public interest, and remove due to safety or environmental impacts. So we can decide that public interest includes affordable housing. So just get rid of due to safety or environmental impacts.
bingo. Yeah.
And that gives us the flexibility we need, but retains it for public interest. Okay. Woohoo.
Like this page. All right.
And here the provisions are being written by Jay. That will be written by Jay.
Okay, great. So if we are ready to take a motion to approve these being sent along to Michael Wang for composition and completion of the rest of his tenure with us, composing the design guidelines. I'd love a better wording of that, but I'll take it because it's
so moved.
Formal. All right, is there a second?
Second.
We want to open a fresh discussion on the matter.
I
Okay,
move
roll
that
call.
we move the vote.
Brian,
Aye.
yeah,
Aye.
Nick,
aye.
John,
Aye.
I'm an aye as well. Thank you, Nick and John, for spending some time looking at that ahead of time and Taylor for walking us through that. I don't think we have anything else tonight. I wish you all a happy holiday season and we'll see you in January. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Wait, won't we
So
see
moved.
each other at the select board meeting?
We'll be at the select board meeting on the 16th briefly. Production plan, and then enjoy our holiday season.
Okie dokie.
Okay, good night.
I don't
Oh,
think.
did we vote? Did we move to adjourn and vote?
Somebody move to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay, Brian,
Aye.
Yeb,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
Nick,
Aye.
I'm an I as well. Good night, everybody. Thank you. Thank
Good
you,
night.
Rick. Thank you, Taylor.
Good night.
Dennis, good
Good
night.
night.